Morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you to everyone who is tuned in on the Facebook live streams. For Ocean, you can begin when you would like. We're almost in.
And Alex, you'll let us, Jennifer, you'll let us know when we're live. We can start.
And we are live.
We are live. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We are at the appointed hour. Good morning. I want to call this meeting of the Los Angeles Civilian Oversight Commission to order. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the September Commission meeting. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are scattered, remotely, many of us on the traditional territory of the Tongva people, and we extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. I also want to take a moment to recognize our former chair, Lael Rubin, for her dedication and tireless leadership as chair and vice chair of the commission. It was no small task to lead this commission during the pandemic, as well as protests and the racial reckoning that occurred last summer in response to the murder of George Floyd, as well as in the face of unprecedented obstruction from the current sheriff's administration. So I just want to take a moment to share my appreciation for Chair Rubin, and for the model that she's set for me and for other chairs that will follow. So again, thank you very much, Commissioner Rubin. I'm honored to serve as chair of a commission as we continue to move forward to face these unprecedented times by maximizing the oversight and accountability tools available to this commission. I'm proud to serve as the chair of a commission that doesn't shy away from our duties to the people of Los Angeles, to demand transparency, to demand accountability, to demand justice, no matter what's thrown in our way, and no matter the bullying or intimidation that we may face. So we are going to continue to do our work and continue to ensure that the people of Los Angeles County get the kind of support, get the kind of public safety that they deserve. So in light of that, I just will note here that we have a very, very full agenda with very significant items for discussion. So I ask for everyone's patience, given that the pacing may be a bit more, at a bit of a faster clip than it usually is. So I ask folks for their indulgence in terms of how we manage public comment and so forth, given the number of significant items that we have on our agenda. So with that being said, Ingrid Williams, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Giggins? Commissioner Giggins?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Chair Ochen?
Here.
Commissioner Rubin? Commissioner Thompson?
Here.
Vice Chair Tolentino?
Here.
I'm going to call Commissioner Bonner again. Roll has been taken.
Thank you, Ingrid. I want to make a couple of announcements. So as a reminder, if you want to provide a verbal public comment, whether in English or in Spanish, you must log in to WebEx. If you are calling in via telephone or watching the Facebook live stream, unfortunately, you will not be able to provide comments. However, you can certainly submit comments to us in writing through our website. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, as I said earlier, we may either have 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person per agenda item. To ensure every attendee who signed up for public comment can speak, and in light of the implementing our family impact remark procedures, yielding one's time to another member of the public will no longer be necessary. If you would like your name placed in the official minutes, please indicate so in your comment. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or email cocnotify@coc.lacounty.gov. For those calling in or watching the live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments in English or in Spanish at coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 p.m. today will be part of the official meeting record and attached to the meeting minutes. So we really encourage you to use that format to submit your comments. To ensure a productive meeting for all, there are a few guidelines in the code of conduct that I'd like to repeat here. So first, speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment must relate to the agenda item. General public comment is limited to the commission's jurisdiction. Public comment does not include the right to engage in dialogue with commission members or staff. In addition, please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the commission, any member, staff, or other persons. We want to try to keep a respectful space for critical dialogue. A person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being, well, we're not going to remove anybody because we're online, but you're subject to having your mic cut off, right? So again, we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that everyone can be heard. So let's have a respectful conversation. All right, and so with that, let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to turn to the approval of the consent calendar, which is agenda item number 1. So staff recommends the approval of the consent calendar. The items on today's consent calendar include the approval of the July 15th, 2021 minutes and the approval of a resolution in support of California Senate Bill 2. The resolution was attached and posted with the meeting agenda and can be found online. Do any commissioners wish to move any consent calendar items to a regular agenda for further discussion? Jennifer, are there any public comments regarding the consent calendar?
Not for anyone that is currently logged in.
Thank you. All right, so item 1 is before you, and if there's no objection, these items will be adopted. Okay. All right. Is there any objection?
Excuse me, Chair. Could somebody just briefly explain Senate Bill number 2? I should have looked at it, but I just don't recall what it was.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner Bonner. Brian, Executive Director Williams, can you describe the items in the matters in item number 1, Senate Bill number 2? Can you describe what it does and what the recommendation is from staff?
Sure. The recommendation from staff is to support SB2. Essentially, it's to urge the CEO's office to urge the board to support SB2. I would like to announce that Supervisor Solis yesterday filed a motion with the board that will be heard at next week's meeting, which would be in support of SB2. SB2 essentially aims to implement a statewide system of revoking the license of law enforcement officers who have been convicted of serious crimes or fired for misconduct. It would also seek to update the Tom Bain Civil Rights Act to make it easier for victims to pursue civil claims against police officers. So it is essentially not allowing police officers who have been convicted of a crime or have been fired from their current job for serious misconduct to find another law enforcement job somewhere within the state of California.
In other words, this is a process, I believe it's called decertification. Is that correct, Brian?
In a sense, yes.
Commissioner Bonner, do you have additional questions?
No, thanks for that explanation. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any objections to approving the minutes and the resolution?
Chair Ochin, this is Commissioner Harris. I have a question also.
Yes, sure.
Mr. Williams, can you explain further the implications of the modification of the Tom Bain Act and what that entails?
As far as I know, the Tom Bain Act allows folks who have been wronged, believe they've been wronged by law enforcement officials to file a civil lawsuit. It's limited in they're limited in their ability to file such suits. SB2 would allow, I think it would enlargen the possibilities for average persons within our community to file a civil lawsuit against police officers if there has been a violation of their constitutional or other rights.
Just to be clear, so this would be under state law not
Understand.
federal law, which is generally how most survivors of police violence vindicate their rights. They generally file Section 1983 lawsuits in federal court, but this would provide additional state remedies or expand available state remedies. Is that the case?
That's correct.
Commissioner Harris, do you have any objection, or do you want to move this to the regular calendar, or can we proceed?
I think I'd rather see this move to the regular calendar. I think we need more discussion on this.
Okay, so we will move this to the end of the agenda if we're able to get to it today. So otherwise, what is left on the consent calendar is are the minutes from July 15th of this year. Is there any objection to approving the minutes from July 15th? Okay, my dog is not objecting. She is she's celebrating. Okay, all right, let's move on. Okay, so let's move on to item number 2, which is family impact remarks. We have 3, as you recall. The commission recently approved a procedure for family impact remarks, which allow a family a total of 10 minutes to share their comments with the commission. The commission received 3 requests from the families of Tanel Billups, John Horton, and Anthony Vargas. Given that we have such a compressed meeting schedule today, we informed the families that we would provide 5 minutes instead of the usual 10 for family impact comments. We will first hear from the family of John Horton, from his mother, Helen Jones, and then we will hear from the family of Anthony Vargas, his aunts, Stephanie Luna, and Valerie Vargas, and then we should hear from the family of Tanel Billups and his mother, Jacqueline Venters. So let's start with the family of John Horton and his mother, Helen Jones. Ms. Jones, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you will have 5 minutes. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Helen Jones. I am the mother of John Horton, who was beat to death March 30th, 2009 in Men's Central Jail by the 3,000 Boys Sheriff Deputy Gang. John's death was covered up to look like a staged suicide, like so many others in Men's Central Jail, and their death was also covered up by these deputy gangs, the 3,000 Boys and the 2,000 Boys Deputy Sheriff gang members. Not only did the 3,000 Boys Sheriff gang members cover up these crimes against our loved ones and our family members, but the Sheriff Department as a whole and the County of Los Angeles and so many others with power to stop these crimes against our children and family members has helped cover up these crimes. I know for sure that getting rid of Alex Villanueva out of office is not going to stop the crimes that is rooted in the Sheriff Department. They are rooted so far in. They have been killing inmates and family members on the streets since the 70s. And to this day, these crimes still haven't stopped and still has been covered up by the Sheriff Department, by their deputies, by people that's in power that can change this around and stop the murder and the injustice and the abuse of our family members. Is so many families that's being impacted today by harassment and still riding by people's houses, still pulling over our family members. I done been pulled over on a few occasions, and I know they know my car. They, as far as my license plate, running my license plate, know exactly who I am. And I just really just want to say, it's just sad that even with the sheriff today, how he just can come on. This is the only place that we can come and talk about our families. This is the only commission and the only body to where we have hope, you know, to be able to come and share our family, what happened to our family, and sharing our pain to this commission. This commission is the only hope that the family has today. And we know that this commission don't have a lot of power, but we would love to help do whatever we can to help this commission be empowered to help put a stop to this sheriff department abuse, the murders of our family members. It's been reported. This commission now knows that it is so many gangs that's in the sheriff department. This commission know how long these gangs been around. You know, this commission also know that they have murdered and beat and shot so many people and so many family members, and still today are still covering up these crimes. And it is sad to see how the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, how he could just come on, you know, supposed to come to this meeting and is able to just say, I'm not coming. And that's just so disrespectful to the families. Because if we can get up after being abused and being traumatized for years, if we can get up and do this, and he's appointed to do this, and he's supposed to do this, how could he just disrespect y'all and keep disrespecting y'all the way he's doing it? It's really not fair for the families to wait a whole month to be able to come here, to be able to talk at this sheriff about his deputies and his deputy gang members, and for him to just disrespectfully not to show up, and then to tell y'all that he's not showing up. It's just sad that he could get away with that. And I just really wish that this commission would just let us know as family members and as the citizens of Los Angeles, how could we help this to really empower this commission to be able to investigate? I know that y'all might can't do nothing legally with your investigations when you do it, but just the fact that y'all are able to investigate and know what's going on in our cases, just the fact that the family know that y'all know exactly what's going on, how their family members was killed, how the deaths was covered up, just would just be so great for the families to have that support from this commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And we want to just say you are helping the commission by coming before us and sharing your story. Apologize that we weren't able to extend you the usual 10 minutes, but if you'd like to make additional comments, you can certainly do so in writing or make a video statement. And I want you to know that we are doing our very best to investigate deputy gangs and sheriff misconduct so that we don't have additional violence against folks in our communities or the pain that you're experiencing. So we're going to move on now.
You.
Again, thank you, Ms. Jones. We're going to move on now to the family of Anthony Vargas. We have his aunt, Stephanie Luna, and his mother, Valerie, and his mother, his aunt, Valerie Vargas. So Ms. Luna, Ms. Vargas, you have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Hello, Helen Jones. It's good to hear from you. I first want to say, we understand that this board doesn't have too much power, and our family impact remark today is just to more so put it on public record. This is Valerie Vargas, and I'm going to be passing it to my sister, Stephanie Luna, who is the auntie of Anthony Vargas.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephanie Luna, and I'm here with my sister, Valerie Vargas. We're the family of Anthony Vargas. We were reluctant to come on today because just for multiple reasons, but there's an urgency to document an ongoing problem that we've been facing for the past 3 years. August 12th of this year, 2021, was Anthony's 3rd year anniversary. We held a kind of a prayer circle at Belvedere Park. Directly across from the space where we held Anthony's memorial, we were met with the exact same 5 deputies that were mentioned in our 2021 family harassment report. We don't understand why this station would dispatch the same 5 deputies that we are continuously reporting. The same 5 deputies who pulled their weapons out on Anthony's older brother in front of my entire family for a bogus traffic stop. The same brother that's mentioned in our family harassment report. This goes to show the pattern of harassment that this department is enabling. These deputies stood in front of Anthony's anniversary, proudly displaying Blue Lives Matter clothing, laughing, mocking, and smiling, while loudly interrupting other impacted families as they spoke. They also went as far as to barricade the playground so that kids in attendance couldn't play and enjoy themselves. We have family members that chose not to attend because of the known fact that fall. And there was. We'd like to put it on the record that we did file a report with both the NLG, and we also filed a complaint form with the Office of Inspector General, which we received no response to.
Am I the only one that doesn't hear Miss Luna? Miss Luna, you dropped out. Are you there?
Valerie, you're unmuted again. Please be sure not to touch the mute button when you're speaking. Please continue.
Please go ahead.
Were you guys able to hear it, or?
We were able to hear you up until the point where you were describing what happened with the playground.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so during Anthony's anniversary, the sheriff's department had barricaded the playground so that none of the kids in attendance were able to, they weren't able to play. We have family members that didn't attend the anniversary because of the fact that they knew following it, like, we were going to face severe retaliation, and we did. We'd like to put it on the record that we did file a report with both the National Lawyers Guild, and we also filled out a complaint form with the Office of Inspector General. We've received no response. We're just trying to figure out, like, what was the point of passing the motion to stop the systematic harassment of families if 4 months down the line the same pattern is continuing? There's times where we feel like we're kind of throwing our complaints into like a suggestion box and they're going unnoticed. Like, these are life-altering occurrences that are affecting our living conditions and our mental health. We have photos, we have videos, we've submitted reports, we've come before the board and we've spoken. It feels like we've exhausted all of our resources on what we're supposed to do to protect ourselves and our kids from living the systematic harassment. On top of everything, like, the RAND report comes out, and that confirmed everything that we've known all along, like the existence of deputy gangs. We didn't expect the report to accurately depict the decade-long deputy gang crisis. And you have two people speaking right now who are actively living it and honestly just trying to survive through it. Reading the RAND report, it was kind of disgusting because we see the severe limitation in methodology, and it fails to make a connection between deputy gangs and the sheriff disciplinary system. The county is capable of holding these deputies accountable. We don't go home and get to grieve or just live in peace because we're living with the constant belief that we'll be next. Do any of you guys know what it feels like to turn on a dash cam before you leave a driveway? To have to draft your will, not because you're being responsible, but because we're not sure that we're going to come home the next day. Do you know what it feels like to walk down the street to your local grocery store, clipping on a body cam? To have to grieve at the spot where your loved one took their last breath, having the sheriff's department, having the deputies drive in and out of the parking lot. Do you know what it feels like to constantly see the deputies who murdered your loved one smiling and waving in front of your house? Having to read how your loved one's body was mangled and brutalized by the sheriff deputies, and having a lead sheriff in office that fails to acknowledge there's an existence of deputy gangs within his department and fails to do anything about the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luna. And I would just say, no, we don't know what that feels like. But many of us have lost loved ones, and we can't imagine what that would feel like to have a memorial interrupted in the manner that yours was, and to experience the ongoing harassment that you have. We apologize that you haven't had additional follow-up, and so I'm going to ask our staff to contact you directly to set up a meeting with myself and other commissioners that might be interested, and we'll try to extend an invitation to the OIG to speak with you directly. So we'll try to get that scheduled at some point soon. Okay, so we'll do that. We now have family impact remarks from the family of Tanel Billups and his mother, Jacqueline Venters. Ms. Venters, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. And first, I want to thank God for waking me up this morning. I want to give an update. The Oversight Committee has been very valuable to me and my family. I'm grateful this morning that my son Tanel is alive after being shot 5 times in the back by Deputy Gonzalo Exuza from the Los Angeles Sheriff Department. And I started 10 years ago on this journey. My son was mental health, and with lack of funds and, during that time, we just wasn't able to afford an attorney. And it was all bad because this was a cover up from the beginning. But my trust and my faith in God has led me to an update, with last year or the year before when I seen Bonner, I was looking at one of the meetings, and he requested the resignation of Villanueva. That was a big start. And I looked at everybody's face that day when he did that, and it made a big impact on all the listeners because we've been needing this. It just didn't start with this sheriff right here. This corruption's been going on for years. The Rand investigation just proved, cost millions of dollars to have this investigation. My son is still in prison and has been a victim of abuse inside the prisons because of these false allegations, because of this deputy. My concern right now is since they have found the corruption in the department with the families that have lost loved ones, my heart go out to them. How would these families be compensated? And I'm not just talking about monetary. I think that these deputies need to be held accountable for their wrongdoing. These is murder, attempted murder, and other acts that they have committed. And it's not right that we have suffered. I've been suffering for 10 years, and it's very hurtful. I wouldn't wish this on no other family. And the ones that lost their loved ones, they can't come back. How are these deputies going to be held accountable for this? Have been following. They're disrespectful. They have a Mac Huntsman send 2, 3 investigations for them to investigate my son's case. They have never, ever investigated his case, and come to find out, they investigate their own. That should be against the law. They should never be allowed to investigate themselves because this is part of the corruption. And the homicide investigative unit, the internal affairs, all of them are part of this corruption, my finding. And God didn't bring me this far with the untruth. We're in the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Board of Supervisors, all these agencies, and you guys, y'all help me. You guys help me to get to this door. I just was in a meeting with our assemblyman and he's writing letters. The Department of Justice sent me a letter saying that they're going to open up an investigation. These are things that's important to our family, but I want to encourage everybody that's on this line that have a issue. Don't stop, continue to fight. A lot of times doors was closed in my face and it broke me to where I know what happened to my child, but when you don't have nobody that's standing with you, it's very hurtful. And we should not have to do this alone, especially knowing and having factual evidence of the corruption. But everything go back to money, and I don't think that's fair. We need to have a committee that's going to represent these families that have been wronged and need some help going through these transitions because everybody can't afford it, and our loved ones are hurting. We're hurting. The kids are hurting. Our whole world is hurting right now because some of the actions that this sheriff department has taken. And hopefully, this is a start of a new beginning. I'm seeing some of them are being held accountable, but I think all of them that have committed crime should be held accountable. They are still refusing to release information from the deputy that shot my son. This has been over 10 years, but this is part of the cover up. How do we get past these barriers that's holding us back to help, not just me, but everybody that this have affected? It's hurtful. And not only is it happening outside of the outside, but it's happening inside. The excessive force, the misconduct is inside of these prisons also. My son is there, and I have gotten so much information, and I had to write letters to different agencies because of the mental health treatment in the prisons, not only by him, but other inmates. All this stuff needs to be checked into because it just didn't start. It's been going on. And this is not our first rodeo. This is our second, and it never should have been allowed to go this long without being addressed. Thank you guys. God bless you. And my heart goes out to all the families that lost those. And I'm praying my son home.
Thank you, Ms. Venters, for your comments. I just want you to know that the commission has been pushing for independent investigations of deputy misconduct up to and including deadly uses of force or uses of force that cause serious bodily injury. The state AG is now investigating deadly uses of force, or when deputies or law enforcement officers kill residents in the state of California, but they don't do so with regard to serious injury like your son experienced. So we are trying to push for an independent investigative body outside of the Sheriff's Department to do so. So you have our commitment that we will continue to push for that. And we're glad that you're making progress on behalf of your son. Please keep in touch with us and let us know how we can continue to support your calls for accountability. I also want to note, just on the point about deputy gangs, I forgot to mention that in conversation with other commissioners, we've been asked to move up discussion of the RAND report. Because we don't want to put it at the bottom of the agenda given its importance in terms of the conversation. So we will take up discussion of the RAND report after we discuss agenda item, I believe it's 3, which has to do with, after agenda item 2C. So we'll take it up after agenda item 2C regarding LASD, intimidation and harassment of oversight officials. Okay, so again, for all of the families, on behalf of the commission, I want to thank you all for sharing your comments with us. I know it's difficult to do so, and we really appreciate your continuing commitment to accountability, transparency, and justice. Again, if you want to submit additional comments, you can do so through our website. And I want to note here that public comment on the family remarks items will be heard as part of general comment toward the end of our agenda. Okay, we will now move to agenda item 2B, which is regarding COVID-19 in the LA County jails. Since the onset of the pandemic, our commission's ad hoc committee has monitored the Sheriff's Department's response and efforts regarding COVID-19 in the LA County jails. Commissioner Rubin has chaired the committee since its inception. Today, we will receive an update from Commissioner Rubin, as well as hear from the Vice Chairperson of the Civil Grant Commission, Dr. Cheryl Grills, and my colleague at LMU. We will also hear from Assistant Inspector General Kathleen Beltz, and an LASD subject matter expert, Sheriff Brendan Corbett. Welcome to you all, and thank you for joining us, Dr. Grills, Ms. Beltz, and Mr. Corbett. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Rubin for additional comments.
Thank you very much for that. As you all know, this has been a very active and hardworking ad hoc committee. We've been very well supported by the staff, particularly Daniel Delgadillo, who has assisted us on many levels, helping draft the report, which we issued and discussed last September. It's hard to believe that that was a year ago. We continue to monitor the events that occur at the LA County Jail. What we want to talk about particularly here, and certainly hear from our speakers, but is a confluence of what turned out to be a number of horrific events that occurred recently at the LA County Jail. We learned that on Sunday, August 22nd, the Inspector General received information about conditions at the Inmate Reception Center, which alleged that people were tethered to the front bench in the IRC for days. I mean, that they use the term tether. Another term is they were shackled, sitting on the benches for days, while the IRC was overwhelmed with the influx of inmates and those who were testing positive for COVID-19. And on September the 2nd, the ad hoc committee had a discussion with Assistant Chief Corbett, who provided some information and very candidly admitted that things did not go as they should have. But we really want to hear from Dr. Grills, and certainly the primary driver behind this is really Kathleen Belts, whose work has been extraordinary in terms of keeping her finger on what's going on in the jail. So with that, at this point, I think we should hear from Dr. Grills. And as the chair said, we will take public comment, and I certainly will welcome input from the other members of the ad hoc committee. So Dr. Grills, please go ahead. Let's hear from you.
Mr. Rubin, it appears that Dr. Grills has been called to another call that she's on right now, so if we can come back to her.
Okay, thanks for that. Then I think that before we go to Kathleen Belts, I'd like to see if there are any members of the ad hoc committee who want to add anything to my comments at this point. Okay, not hearing from any members of the ad hoc committee. Yes, Dr. Grills, are you back with us?
I think she's talking on her other meeting.
Okay. Kathleen Belts, let's hear from you. I'm sure that, I mean, you had much more firsthand knowledge about what occurred on the weekend of August 21st, and I know that you have made several visits and continue to visit the jail since then. So let's please hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for having us. It's good to see you all. Again, Katie Belts, she, hers, Assistant Inspector General, and I was asked to speak about overcrowding in IRC as it most recently emerged in the last few weeks. So I'll just present initially, and then obviously Max and I can answer any questions that you all may have. On Saturday morning, August 21st, I was contacted by confidential sources who notified me that IRC was extremely overcrowded, among other allegations that it was the worst it had ever been. I arrived at the facility at around noon, and when I did, the clinic population was approximately 200, which would be high, not the highest, but high nonetheless. The person in custody at that time who had been waiting in the IRC the longest had been there for 111 hours, or just over 4.5 days. There were 28 people who are referred to as front bench patients. These are people who enter the facility in a state of acute psychiatric distress, or perhaps in drug and alcohol intoxication or withdrawal, and they are deemed unsafe, and so they are secured in handcuffs first that are also affixed at their sides to a waist chain, which is then tethered to a fixed object, usually a steel hook of sorts, in order, specifically designed in order to limit mobility. When I got there, there was one patient who had been tethered in the front bench area for 47 hours. There were issues with sanitation and excessive heat, and of course the people in custody were fearful and understandably angry. Some were pretty seriously lashing out at staff, custody, medical, mental health staff, who also expressed concern for the patients and frankly also for their own safety. Max and I, the Inspector General and I returned the next morning, the 22nd, and the department had largely resolved the major issues, the sanitation issues. They had reduced the number of people in the clinic from 200 to closer to 50. So it was much better overall. And it was much better for some of the people in custody, but unfortunately, conditions for the front bench patients had actually worsened. So there were 29 total front bench patients, 22 of whom had been tethered for more than 22 hours. And the patient with the longest wait time on Sunday had by then been tethered for fully 62 hours. So there are two problems that give rise to these conditions. One, there exists a serious and long-standing housing crisis in the system, particularly for the mentally ill. And two, COVID, as you indicated, which has exacerbated the serious and long-standing housing crisis. I'll leave it to the assistant sheriff to expand on the details of the COVID aspect of the crisis, but I would like to quickly try to illustrate more from a conditions of confinement perspective what the county jail experience looks like for many of the 1,000 plus patients on any given day with the most severe mental illnesses who often start their time in custody tethered in that front bench area. Jennifer, if we could please have the slides starting with the first one, that would be great. Thank you so much. Okay, we continue to monitor, as you indicated, Chair Commissioner Rubin, that to monitor IRC conditions, we continue to monitor them pretty closely for the last few weeks. And so this first table reflects the longest times that people were tethered in the front bench area for each of a total of 19 days that we went back to the facility. We can see that the 21st and 22nd were uniquely long wait times with patients tethered for 47.5 and 62.5 hours respectively. The remaining 17 days reflect shorter but long nonetheless wait times that range from, let's see, 6 hours on the 11th to 19.5 hours, I think, yeah, around the September 6th. Not reflected in this table, but over these same 19 days, we counted a total of 37 patients who were tethered for more than 24 hours. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, this slide depicts wait times for the non-front bench folks in custody. So some of these patients may absolutely have mental health diagnoses, but they're not restrained throughout intake. Again, the worst of the wait times we see through August, and then the September wait times range from 6.5 hours on the 12th of September to 25 hours on the 8th of September. Again, not reflected here. Over the same 19-day period, we counted 144 people who waited more than 24 hours for a bed. Thanks so much, Jennifer. I appreciate it. These much higher wait times through the end of August and to an extent the longer wait times generally have absolutely been exacerbated by COVID. And unfortunately, you know, it is also true though that long wait times in the IRC, especially for the mentally ill, are not new. And though IRC is really the intake unit that marks the beginning of one's period of confinement in the system, the long wait times are actually the end result of a much greater backlog that's caused by the mental health housing shortage. For most of these front bench patients, when they're removed from the front bench, they're moved through a series of specifically designated temporary housing areas, both in the IRC and Twin Towers, until a permanent bed can be found for them. Just by way of an example, a recent patient, 30 years old, severe mental illness, history of hospitalizations, and a developmental disability, was brought into the IRC, tethered in the front bench area on August 5th. After 5.5 hours, he was removed to the IRC Module 231, a temporary housing location, where he remained for 6 days. He was then moved to a high observation housing intake module, also a temporary housing location, where he remained until yesterday. So this patient spent nearly 50 days in highly isolated temporary housing environments, naked under a suicide garment, and without other items or provisions. According to clinical notes, he is only sporadically responsive to what were unfortunately somewhat inconsistent mental health care and efforts that were offered only at cell front behind a locked door. And it's important to note that because these housing areas are designated as temporary and are not intended for stays longer than 2 or 3 days, people do not receive access to purchase items from commissary, to receive visits, or they don't have consistent access to the phone or time outside of their cells, with the exception of showers that are offered twice weekly, assuming folks are deemed safe enough to come out of their cells. Documentation on showers and certain other things can be a bit inconsistent, and this patient may be being offered showers, but the clinical notes describe his cell as being, quote, unlivable, which suggests that he may not be stable enough to even desire a shower. And not surprisingly, the notes also reflect that this front bench patient has further psychiatrically decompensated since arrival. Also, because of the housing crisis, again, exacerbated by COVID, as of Tuesday this week, there were more than 500 medium observation level of care patients at Men's Central Jail. Correctional Health Services has clearly and consistently and unequivocally indicated that Men's Central Jail is unsafe for patients because the physical plant design doesn't allow for adequate supervision or treatment space. There are suggestions that there aren't adequate security personnel to be able to support all the mental health needs of those patients. And some of those patients are in modules that also house people in the general population. And so they're obviously potentially vulnerable to victimization. There are several other examples that we can talk about of manifestations of the housing shortage, but I just want to really quickly take one moment to acknowledge the Sheriff's Department for our access. The reason that we have the information that I'm sharing with you today and that I'm able to even share it with you today is because we have absolutely unfettered access to the jails and to the people confined in them. We have access, for that matter, to personnel and to custody held records, and we do work closely with custody leadership and staff. And so I say this first to thank the Assistant Sheriff and the Custody Division and the Sheriff himself for this access, because it is absolutely imperative to our work. But also I say it to reiterate what this commission and the Inspector General have indicated, which is that if only we had throughout the department the same level of access to information and communication and transparency that we have in the Custody Division, our working relationship with the department as a whole would improve significantly. And so we invite that. Also, because we talk almost daily, I have communicated to the Assistant Sheriff and to Assistant Sheriffs before him our position that current conditions are grossly inadequate. They expose many vulnerable patients to levels of suffering that we as a county should neither tolerate nor enable. County Council can best offer a formal opinion, but in our capacity as special counsel, we opine that these conditions consistently fail to meet the basic human needs of many of the people in custody, and we do not believe that they would withstand a constitutional analysis pursuant to the 8th and 14th Amendments. So we therefore continue to recommend the immediate release of people in custody to an absolute and consistent population cap of the 12,404 Board of State and Community Corrections rated capacity for this system. I understand that the Sheriff's Department briefly suspended intake last weekend, which is great, and so we also recommend that. Of course, the county should also continue its most zealous pursuit of alternatives to incarceration, especially for this population. And then just quickly on a more positive but absolutely critical note, the Sheriff's Department and Correctional Health Services have together created an incredible, innovative, and extraordinary jail mental health program. It's called the Forensic Inpatient Unit Step Down Program, where people in custody are selected from the general population and trained to become mental health assistants. They live inside of and work with high observation housing patients, and they live inside those modules with them. This program has been so successful that we see patients transform from experiencing the most severe mental health symptomatology to being medication compliant and program stable. It provides for double the bed space because people are stable enough to be housed together, which is healthier for them. It's an amazing program. I'm happy to talk more about it, and I'm also happy to visit the program should any of you have interest in that. But again, and finally, we recommend the continued suspension of intake and immediate release of people to the BSCC rated capacity. And we recommend that the county support and fund as necessary the continued expansion of the FIP step down program to every mental health housing area in the system, because population reduction will address the overcrowding problem. And so importantly, because positive programming will relieve the human suffering problem that we have. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So just before I turn this over to Commissioner Rubin, I just want to note for the commissioners, we will take questions on this item after all of the speakers have presented. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair
Thank you.
Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Kathleen Belts. If it were not for your eyes and ears and your working so collaboratively with the Sheriff's Department, and as you said, if that can work, we could certainly work collaboratively on all other issues with the Sheriff's Department. But your work certainly serves as a model, and I note that a member of the ad hoc committee, Commissioner Harris, spent some time with you on your touring over at county jail, and I think that kind of insight would be helpful for anybody who wants to get a firsthand look at what is going on. Before we take other questions, I think we should at this point hear from Assistant Sheriff Corbett, and then look forward to hearing from Dr. Grills and getting input from other members of the ad hoc committee and other commission members. So with that, Assistant Sheriff Corbett, thank you very much once again for meeting with us on September 2nd and acknowledging the terrible situation that occurred the weekend of the 21st and what efforts the Sheriff's Department is making at rectifying that and making sure that that doesn't happen again. So Assistant Sheriff Corbett, please proceed.
Good afternoon, or good morning still, sorry, it just seems like afternoon. I'd like to thank the commissioners for having me in today. I want to thank actually, in particular, Max and Katie. They've been coming in, and people are a little afraid to be coming into a correctional facility and with the spike in COVID. And Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Kennedy also came in, and Dr. Grills also. And we appreciate that because we need that level of oversight. We need those eyes to help us. There's an old term that I learned a long time ago from one of my old captains, unfreezing event. And a lot of that was when we were discussing things like Columbine and Sandy Hook and 9/11 and tragedies. And I'm hoping this incident, we believe we resolved. As you said, it was an anomaly of a lot of things coming together, a confluence of factors of we saw the spike in the Delta strain coming on a Tuesday, and we put a lot of mitigating things in effect to open up, as Katie mentioned, a housing area at CJ for some of the mental medium observation housing. That thing suffered a bad plumbing crisis at the 11th hour. And I want to thank our partners in ISB. They actually fixed it Friday. And then as we were trying to populate it, we found a safety concern where we have iPads in these modules for inmates to file grievances and do that. And the housing had broken. It could have been weaponized. So then we had to stop momentarily, get that repaired, and that backed everything up for our plan, for lack of a better term. This was 100% driven by COVID. We had 62 A-positive symptomatic inmates in the clinic at the time, like we discussed, Commissioner. And our goal is to protect, the 15,000 we have from those intake. And Correctional Health Services has done a phenomenal job of mitigating COVID in the jail by isolating and quarantining. However, that has had like Katie mentioned, a lack of a better term, devastating effect on our HOH available housing. And we've tried everything we can to provide that. And we've seen the effect. And I think, and I want to thank the county because our justice partners, the courts, everybody's realizing this is for lack of a better term, it takes a village. And we have these people in our custody, and we've seen this, like Katie says, for years coming. And we've identified, we had a mental health treatment center, which would have been triaging these people at a better level. Okay, well, that's not available. We still need to work within what we have to do the best treatment we can. And without this level of collaboration with all the county agencies, we're up against a wall here. The Delta spike hit us, I don't want to say unprepared, but it was higher than we anticipated. At that point, we had a 30% positivity rate on the intake. Prior to that, we were at about a 0.1%. It just really came on. And we're trying to protect our whole community here. I don't want to sidetrack, but we've had significant budget cuts or curtailments. My staff we're basically minimum staffing levels often, particularly on the weekends, because we try to model our staffing on when the courts come in and that kind of thing. Katie's right. All of her observations were obviously correct. We did what we could, the best we could. We put some plans in place, like she mentioned. We curtailed or cut our intake on Friday nights to Sunday until this spike is realized at a different level, which means stations bringing 10 or 12 inmates in at a time. We're holding them at the station unless they have a mental or medical concern that they cannot treat effectively at a station. We'll allow them to come in and get the treatment they need. That seemed to have a good effect. We're working with Correctional Health Services. Dr. Belovich and Joan Hubble have been great about this, and Dr. Henderson. They're looking at, they have a psychiatrist on call in the towers, and if we see this backlog on our front bench, they'll repurpose a psychiatrist down there to start treatment for these individuals sooner in the process, as opposed to what Katie was saying, it takes sometimes several different temporary housings to get that level of treatment. We're trying to get it more on the front end. Some of the other concerns, I mean, I don't want to get in here and try to look at every one of those. I think what she said is absolutely factual. We're going to try to within the constraints we have right now with COVID. We're really working on getting them vaccinated, all of our inmates. We're working on now. Correctional Health Services had rapid test availability, but at the end of the day, with the releases, it's going to take a lot of working with the courts, and we've done all that since the onset of COVID last year. So beginning of March of 2020, we put a lot of things in place, and we actually reduced our population from 17,000, and right now I'm 14,700. But if you take away 2,000 state prisoners, I'm just at about 12,007, which is, we've kept that. All of our efforts have worked, but the state will not take these state prisoners out of our custody. And that's basically irresponsible on the state ends. I'm sorry, but these are state prison sentenced inmates that need to go back to state prison. And we were at 3,000 at one point, and we're trying everything we can to also relieve that pressure and decompress that community. We are releasing directly from our custody. We're now working with them to where if they could be sent to programs, we're working with state parole, and they will go directly from our care to a parole agent will come take them directly to programming. I've actually now allowed state prisoners with the same qualifications and sentences that I would normally let a station trustee go. We're letting them go out to be a station trustee with an ankle monitor. However, one weekend we already had one take off his monitor and escape. But I'm not going to let that ruin the program for everybody else. I honestly think that's a good way to do a step down for these individuals from our care to a little bit less restrictive station and then get released. These are individuals with a year or less left. We're trying everything, and we appreciate all the support we've actually felt. Like I said, the unfreezing event. The CEO is now trying to help us work with, like Katie had mentioned, the sanitary conditions. And that was because the inmate workers had been quarantined And even though they were vaccinated, Dr. Henderson erred on the side of caution, and they remained in quarantine. So, you know, at the end of the day, with my staffing shortages and curtailments, I actually had deputy sheriff mopping floors. Through this crisis, we've lost food service workers. I've got 70 short. I've had deputy sheriffs making sandwiches. This has changed the complexion of how we do things. And again, meetings like this, oversight like this, input is helpful because we could take away and see how we could do better with what we have, and we fully support Judge Armstead, ATI, ODR, all these mechanisms that will take a little time to get up and running. We'll do everything we can to help that speed up the process. But I think now this is realization by folks that this needs to be addressed a little sooner than later. And hopefully, in light of Dr. Austin's report, some other things that'll help us for the length of stay, like Katie had mentioned and others, individuals with 120, 180 days can be reviewed by the courts to get released.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
I don't know, thank you, Assistant Chief Corbett, for your candor and your willingness to work in a very impossible situation. I know that there will be questions later, but I want to see if, and apparently Dr. Grills is now available, so let's hear from her, and then we'll get back to some general questions. Dr. Grills? Dr. Grills, is she available? I had a message.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to thank you for inviting me to share a few words about the issues related to COVID in the jails. In terms of the Civil Branch Commission, we've done a number of inspections subsequent to your request. Overall, I would say that measures to prevent the spread of COVID continue to be a mixed picture. CRDF Women's Jail continues to demonstrate more compliance with the use of masks within the dorms and in EBI classes and in movement throughout the jails. The men's jails, in particular MCJ, Twin Towers, and Pitches, continue to show nearly non-existent use of masks within the dorms, but there is mask wearing and movement throughout the jail. The Sheriff's Department personnel are inconsistent in their use of the masks in the dorms, in their offices when there are multiple people present, and even sometimes in movement. So the report that I'm going to be sending you, the written report, is based on 6 inspections from August 17th through September 14th at Pitches South, Pitches North, the Inmate Reception Center, 2 visits there, Men's Central Jail, and CRDF. I also want to share some information that we requested from Dr. Henderson, the medical director. According to Dr. Henderson, there appears to be no change in COVID procedures in the context of the Delta variant. This was of concern for me, particularly given the observation that per the pregnant inmate log, when I visited CRDF, 27 pregnant women were housed at CRDF from August 15th to the 21st. And why is this alarming? That's double the number that I've typically seen in years of inspections at CRDF. Per Dr. Henderson, on September 15th, of 14,897 people in the system, 2,123 were under quarantine, 192 tested positive. Of that group, 36 were symptomatic and 156 asymptomatic. Now, this quarantine rate is down from August 18th, where the count was 14,966 people, of which 2,940 were in quarantine. The positivity rate was much lower, however, at 63 compared to 192 in September. So there was a spike in infection rates due to the Delta variant, but Dr. Henderson said people were not as sick as in previous cases. They continue with efforts to depopulate the jails, including movement of folks to prisons where appropriate. And a weekly report of that is given to the justice deputies by Dr. Henderson, I believe. We did note that there seems to be some backlog in trying to move folks from the jails to the prisons. To be more proactive, Dr. Henderson said they added a question to the intake process, asking those being processed into the jails whether they want to receive the vaccine or not. They currently have about a 40% acceptance rate, and 10,500 folks are fully vaccinated. The positivity rate has been variable. So June, July, it was 0.02%. August, it was 18%. And September 14th, it was 6.2%. African American and Latinx males are the most vaccinated, and people who are between the ages of 18 and 44. Most of the positive cases are entering from the community, not from those who are already housed in the jails. And these folks are mostly asymptomatic. Now, I want to share with you a couple of observations specific to the Inmate Reception Center. 2 inspections were done on September 1st and September 14th. And approximately 300 people a day are brought in through the IRC. As of 1:40 p.m. on the 1st, LA Sheriff's Department was anticipating approximately another 170 people to come in from the court at that time of day. They have a new equipment rather, to check body temperature, and if the temperature exceeds 100.4, an alarm, 100.4, an alarm will go off. We inspected the shower areas, and I checked personally 10 soap dispensers, and only 2 of them had soap. Procedurally, people are tested at intake. The lab to process results is located in a trailer right outside the reception center. They recently changed vendors to improve turnaround time, and the lab keeps track of its processing time, because if they take longer than 6 hours, they're not paid for that case. They can swab and get results on average 4 to 6 hours. The results must then be entered into the system, the Sheriff's Department system, which can add another 3 hours of waiting time in the reception center. So while the jail reports on average maybe 8 to 9 hours of people being held in the inmate reception center, the people we talked to reported much longer times there, including up to 2 days. And this is truly problematic when we observe the fact that there are only metal benches or single chairs. I personally observe people lying on the bare floor sleeping. Food is not always arriving on a regular and reasonable schedule. There's poor communication about what one's status is while waiting for processing. And there can be delays in getting medication. In fact, I had to help one gentleman get his medication from the nurse's station. The Sheriff's Department personnel also shared that a part of the problem is not having good electronic data systems to assist in the processing protocol. And one of the sergeants suggested taking a look at Ventura County's system, which he considers exemplary. Medical staff, I noted, were wearing KN95 masks, while those in custody were wearing cloth masks, and the Sheriff's Department personnel were wearing a mix of quality grade masks, from cloth to KN95. Another concern with the reception center is that deep cleans are done on Sundays and Mondays. Quarantines have limited the availability of trustees to do cleaning, and so there is a need for cleaning. They had to relax criteria for workers because many of the people in prison who are in prison sentenced are remanded without bail. They can't get enough people to do the cleaning, and there's more cleaning that's needed. In fact, some of the areas, particularly the transfer cells on the Twin Towers side, were filled with trash and looked like they hadn't been cleaned for a while. The other thing I wanted to mention is that a sample of 43 men held in the reception center had an average wait of 8 hours and 52 minutes. The longest wait time was 20 hours. Again, that's in a room where you may be wearing nothing more than this kind of a gown if you are high observation, considered like mental health risk, et cetera. And people are sitting there without access to telephones. Although they have access, but they don't always have easy access to the PIN codes that they need in order to use the telephones. And in fact, while we were there, people had been waiting for PIN codes, and the deputies responded and made sure that they got them while we were there. The men also complained that they're not given meals for extended periods of time. I actually witnessed that. It was acknowledged that lunch was very delayed, and they deputies made sure that food was brought down while we were there. One of the problems with that waiting period in the IRC is that, and this is a general problem for the Sheriff's Department with the jails, they don't have a good automated information system. And so there's a backlog of manually inputting information into a system. It really is something that's problematic, and it causes challenges not only related to COVID and wait times in places like IRC, but on a number of other fronts. One other thing that I wanted to share is that I received some lawyers in the public defender's office expressed concerns as well about failure of some of the Sheriff's Department staff, the detainees, and visiting privately retained lawyers not wearing masks in the jail. So they asked if we could actually go and inspect the attorney visiting room at Men's Central, which I did. I made 2 observations. I observed 10 scenarios, and 70% of those observed were not wearing masks, on both on the side of the attorneys as well as the side of the clients. Per one of the deputies on duty, they are understaffed in that area. There's not enough people to supervise cleaning, provide security for the nurses, and try to uphold, policies around mask wearing. As one deputy said, they are working off of a 2005 budget with resources, budget and resources in a 2021 context. Lastly, I will say that one of the commissioners confirmed with Dr. Ghali that current guidance does not mandate mask wearing in the dorms. This, however, is different. And at the first inspection that the commissioner did at MCJ, both that commissioner and I noticed inconsistencies with the personnel themselves wearing masks as well as people in detention. It's not, when we looked at pitches and North and South and CRDF, again, CRDF is much better. These are women and they're following the policies and procedures. The men, on the other hand, are not, and that was an issue in both pitches, North and South. So I guess I did put in a request to Commander Macias to receive the policy, the actual physical policy for mask mandates, and I'm waiting to get that information. So that's a summary, and I will send you a written summary.
Thank you, Dr. Grills. I think at this point we'll turn the discussion back to the chair for additional input from other commissioners, and certainly, I'm sure, a lot of public comment. So thank you very much, Dr. Grills.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grills. Thank you, Katie Belts. Thank you, Mr. Corbett. So now the floor is open to commissioners for questions about this item on COVID-19 in the jails. Commissioner Harris.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback briefly on Katie's comments. In the 2 times I was there, I really appreciated the fact that there was the ability to interact with both inmates and deputies. That was very, very important. We saw some really good things in the step down unit. In fact, I have to say, it was one of the most inspirational things I've seen in a long, long, long time. We also saw some things that were troubling. I know the COVID Problem is huge, and it does impact the ability to clean the facility appropriately. I do know that we were told that one of the areas I noted had been cleaned up since the prior time we were there, and that had happened because one of the custody assistants had taken it upon himself to open the gate and clean out some of the cells. So we appreciate the fact that staff is stepping up where they can because of these situations. I have a couple of questions though. One is I'm kind of wondering, what is the problem with issuing inmates in IRC a PIN number in a more timely manner so they can access the telephones? And also, I am just baffled on why we can't seem to keep soap in the soap dispensers, because we heard that when we were there, that there was no soap in the soap dispensers and they couldn't use telephones. I will comment on the face mask usage. It was interesting because as we were standing by a rather large cell area, we noted that no one was wearing a mask. So I asked, do you guys have masks? And they all of a sudden whipped them out of their pockets and put them on. So they clearly had masks, but you're right, compliance is a real problem. That's not, I don't know that there's a whole lot we can do about that individually, but I am concerned about the PIN numbers being issued, why there's a delay in that, and also the lack of soap throughout the facility.
Mr. Corbett, do you want to take that question?
Sure, Commissioner. The PIN numbers are available from the minute they come in from booking front, sir, and the booking number. They can be made available anytime through the process at IRC. I can't speak of why there would be a delay. There should not be. Any deputy within the process at all can provide that PIN number. So we'll look into that and see it. And again, it may go to the staffing levels, or, you know, our deputies are running and the CAs are running around doing a lot of things. But we'll make sure, maybe we'll put some signage up that all you gotta do is ask and it can be provided.
Okay. How about the issue with the soap?
The soap, I don't know. I know we are very proactive of making sure sanitation and cleaning products are out. Like you said, masks are given. The only thing I could think is maybe the inmate workers normally fill those. And with that shortage and the quarantines we had and they weren't available, again, my staff would have to put it out there. So maybe it just got overseen, for lack of a better term. We'll get out there, we'll get more on it and make sure those things are happening. Like I said earlier, we're getting a lot of support from other places, and we're looking at contracting custodial services, professional cleaning services, that the CEO is working with us to expand the CHS contract. They right now do some staff stations, and we're looking to expand to all clinic areas, all you know, areas that are need good, thorough cleaning. That there will be a professional company coming in to do that, and that will be extremely helpful.
Thank you.
So I think we have questions from Vice Chair Tolentino and Commissioner Rubin. So Vice Chair Tolentino and Commissioner Rubin.
I appreciate all three reports. I wish I'd heard Dr. Grillis first. And I appreciate the fact that the sheriff's trying to address all these problems. But if I heard correctly, Ms. Beth said that the incident that she was investigating was triggered by a confidential source. So why does it take a confidential source to initiate this investigation?
Thank you for the question. It doesn't usually take a confidential source. We usually have much more consistent and clear communication. I'm not exactly sure what happened that week. I know was really hectic for the department. I know that the incident issues started as early as I think maybe a week prior to the 21st date that I learned of them, and then they sort of reached crisis point by the previous Tuesday. So I indeed wish I had been notified, as I more typically am. I had some long discussions with the assistant sheriff in chief about the issue, and he might have more to say about it, but I'm confident that notifications are improving. And again, that it's relatively rare.
Do you have a regular timetable to initiate a review of incidents or review of the jails?
Let me address that, Katie, if I could.
Yeah.
It's Max Huntsman. You know, back in November 2019, we issued a report about the need for immediate release of people when they could not be moved through IRC in a timely manner. And so we've reported on this problem previously, as Ms. Belts identified. There's an ongoing, constant, excessive amount of time that people get chained to benches. This is a problem that has never gone away, isn't gone. It's spiked recently, but it's an ongoing thing. So when we observe it, do we report it? Yes, we do. And when we get told about it, do we then conduct additional investigation? Yes, we do. But it's something that we made the county aware of over a year ago before the pandemic struck. And that's partly why Ms. Belts mentioned the constitutional standard, because one of the standards in evaluating conditions of confinement is deliberate indifference. And so when the county's put on notice about a problem and then doesn't fix it for years, that's a problem. And I would note that in 1975, the Rutherford case, which confirms the authority of the sheriff to release people when conditions are unconstitutional because of overcrowding, if you read the conditions that were supposed to be engaged in 1975, they read a lot like reforms that the county's talking about today. And that was 40 some years ago.
Thank you for the clarification.
Do you have additional questions, Vice Chair Tolentino?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, piggybacking on what the Inspector General reported and discussions that we had quite some time ago during these commission hearings is the necessity to reduce the jail population. The sheriff and certainly now the assistant sheriff talks about the fact that their hands are tied because of 2,000 plus state prison inmates. Well, the fact is that that's an issue that may be with us for some period of time, but that doesn't mean that somehow the sheriff and county partners can't see how to reduce the population, the total population, back to the 12,000 that it was many months ago. I don't know, we had worked very closely with our county partners and with the district attorney's office in terms of getting the numbers down. And I think it is essential to really press the sheriff's department to reduce those numbers, even with the 2,000 state prisoners, to get the total numbers back to 12,000. That isn't going to necessarily solve all these problems, but it will at least get us to a starting point that some things can be managed. So I don't know, Sheriff Corbett, if you want to, Assistant Chief, if you want to, or Assistant Sheriff, if you want to respond to that. But it's, with the ODR, all these organizations really want to get the population reduced. And I think we need to grab our arms around that. So if you can respond to that briefly, I think that's essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, and a few points that I'd like to make, like Dr. Grills mentioned, the number of pregnant females. We've identified that too. Part of the problem is the charges they have now, and we review that weekly. We review that list to see who could be placed in community-based organizations. The problem is a lot of those are also impacted by COVID. So a lot of the relief valves we would have, for lack of a better term, to get people into alternative housing, they're drastically affected by COVID too and do not have the capacity. Commissioner Talianto asked the question about how that didn't come to our attention earlier. It did. And I've talked to Ms. Belts, and I'll take we thought we had a plan in place, which we actually did, to remedy a lot of that as we saw it coming. And at the 11th hour, the plumbing issues affected us. And once we did get the plan in place, you could see from Friday to when Mr. Huntsman and Katie came in Sunday, the decompression had already started. We had already eliminated it by half by being able to move that, but agreed with what everybody's saying. And back when Mr. Huntsman was talking about those, and there's significant delays previously in the clinic with a lack of staffing from providers from CHS and things like that. And Max and Katie were very engaged and got additional resources for CHS, which immediately we felt the effects of, and the wait time significantly reduced. COVID again, and our staffing curtailments and our budget curtailments have put us back in this again. If there's anything I can say other than what we haven't already that we're working with, we have the technology. We couldn't agree more. The jail system we have, AEGIS, the automated jail information system, was written in 1982. That was a long time ago. If people designed it aren't even around. We have worked with places like you mentioned, Ventura. The problem is when these vendors come in and they see the enormity of the LA County jail and court system, which we can't even interface with the courts on a system. We're still paper driven. People balk, and they really don't have the capacity to write us a system. We're working with it. We're working with vendors to try to come up with that, because that would absolutely help us.
Thank you, Assistant Sheriff. I want to ask a couple of questions before we move to public comment, and then I'll take Commissioner Giggins' question. Are you planning on to manage some of the issues that were raised by Katie Belts and by Dr. Grills to use the strategy of declining intake more expansively? That's my first question. And then my second question is whether the county has plans to use the authority that it has under state law, which I just recently learned about, through a program called county parole, to minimize or to reduce some of the population concerns that have been discussed, for months. My understanding from my sources at the state level is that LA County currently does not utilize county parole to try to ease population issues in the jail. And I'm wondering, do you have a plan to do so? So one is about declining intake to manage populations, and two, whether you have plans to use your authority to parole people out at the county level.
That's a good question, Commissioner. I actually thank you for asking me that, because we've looked at the county parole. It actually touches a very small part of our population. Our biggest problem is pretrial. We have a lot of pretrial in our system. And so our focus right now is working with our partners to, again, to stop them from coming in or to get the pretrial out. That's where the length of stay is. So yes, we're actually proposing a pretrial ankle monitor system, for lack of a better term. Once they're sentenced or convicted, then probation deals with that. We're looking at a pretrial group, which is actually at the purview of the sheriff. We're going to work with the courts on a risk assessment tool to see who we could qualify. We're hoping to get up to 1,000 inmates on a pre-trial ankle monitor. That's costly and that's staff intensive, but I think that is the way we're going to touch more people immediately to get the pre-trial out of here. That we're working with that. We're working with any other, like we were talking with Dr. Austin's recommendation of a committee, which would be the courts, the PD, APD, all the justice partners. And we believe ATI needs a seat at the table for a committee to look at anybody here for 120 days or more to look at alternatives. The problem right now we're seeing, and the courts have said this, and Mr. Kennedy and the judge would understand, the judges are kind of restricted in who they can send somebody to. They don't have a lot of options at this point other than remanding them to our custody. We need to get that much more robust in the front end with the pre-trials and the pre-arraigned and all that, to where we can now make a more immediate impact on our community in here. So yes, we're looking at all that. We'll look at county parole, but we did look at the numbers on that, and honestly, it's not as impactful as we would hope, but we will absolutely continue to look at that.
And then we'll hear from Commissioner Giggins and then go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Ocean. Yes, I was really fascinated to hear about the promising practice of the step down program with inmates being able to assist with other mentally ill patients. That connection obviously is so critical. And boy, I would love to join Katie. Please invite me. I'd like to go and visit that program. And I also want to appreciate Assistant Sheriff Corbett for your willingness and your invitation for oversight, and that you're open to having other eyes see how things are going so that you can improve what you do. That's very refreshing. Concerned as everyone is with Dr. Grills, especially the commentary about food and medicine. Is that an anomaly? Is that like okay occasionally? Is there, because that, both of those are so critical, and getting medicine to mentally ill patients at the appropriate time, appropriate dosage, appropriate time, appropriate kind of medication is so critical. So, I'm just wondering is that a fluky thing, or does that come up more often than it should?
Well, Commissioner, and not an excuse, but the explanation is the budget curtailments we've seen. We're feeding 15,000 inmates 3 meals a day, and I'm 70 professional staff food service workers short, that they haven't allowed us to fill those positions. Again, I've like I mentioned, I've had deputy sheriffs making sandwiches. As far as the medication, again, that would be the effects of our staffing shortages. We're doing more with less. CHS is very good about getting expanded and this and that, but they're not expanding us in like. So every expansion that CHS gets, clinic expansions, we're trying to get a much more better capacity for MOH at North facility, which is a great facility for them. They have access to outside. They expand, I don't. I've actually had to go unfunded for millions of dollars to support that. So it's not an excuse, but it's just the facts. I've been curtailed 1,400 items and another additional 29 million in budget cuts that we're doing more with less, but we'll make sure I've talked to my unit commanders to make sure the food comes more timely. But at the IRC, the food comes from Twin Towers kitchens. So there's not a specific kitchen in the IRC. We wait for that. So again, the staff to get it over may be delayed, but we'll work with that to make sure that's much more timely. I'd like to say that it was an anomaly, but I think maybe it is more often than we'd like it to be.
I'm wondering, yeah, thank you for that. I'm just wondering, Max, Katie, is there any way that you can weigh in on that in terms of urgency around that? Food and medicine, it's got to be pretty basic.
They both speak to basic human needs, which we've indicated are not being met for many of the patients, unfortunately. And the department acknowledges that it's not happening. There are times when especially with the severely mentally ill patients, unless they're conserved or they've been designated missed or FIS, misdemeanor incompetent to stand trial, or felony incompetent to stand trial, or unless they're in one of the mere 32 licensed beds, they can't be forced medicated, which raises other issues. The idea of forced medication is problematic in itself, but I have to say in this system, it is truly the most humane practice. If patients are unsafe and if they psychiatrically decompensated, they oftentimes won't take their meds when offered, but the issue remains they must be offered medications consistently. And again, the reason that the FIP step-down program is so successful is those patients take their meds with the support and the kindness and compassion from the mental health assistants and the staff who work in those units, who are absolutely incredible. They become medication compliant. So it's a huge problem, both in terms of their willingness to be medication compliant, their capacity to be medication compliant, but then also there are absolutely issues with consistent provision of medication. And then meals that, they've been eating cold meals for the much better part of, a year with COVID, and then perhaps also certainly related to what the assistant sheriff indicated, staffing cuts and things, but certainly a problem.
And at the risk of being a broken record, the thing about the staffing cuts, I just was on a call yesterday with the CEO's office talking about the year-to-year number of staff in the sheriff's department, and it's up from last year. So I don't know about the staffing cuts. I know there's been some financial cuts, but in terms of the staff available, there's staff. Our problem is deeper than that. It isn't just about exactly how much money anybody has for somebody. It isn't about the couple thousand people who haven't been transferred to the state. It's much more systemic and problematic and has existed for years. The state itself had to depopulate its state prisons because of a federal lawsuit, and they were ordered to do so by a federal judge, and the reason was failure to comply with the Constitution through medical care. When you overcrowd people in a lockdown facility, medical care is where you get the first bottleneck. So it's not a surprise that that's where we're feeling the heat. It's not a coincidence that our report over a year ago about having to release people, and it isn't a cooperation with justice partners, it's take the keys, unlock the door, and dump people until you get 12,000. I realize that's not the way we want to do it, but the Constitution doesn't give us choices. It says if you are treating people unfairly, you can do it. The reason I bring this up again is because just recently the BSCC, which rates us at the 12,400 amount, just issued a notice to the county regarding juvenile facilities that were out of compliance for our halls. And if we don't get in compliance within 60 days, they're going to shut them down. And
Mr. Huntsman, I appreciate your comments. I want to make sure that we can get to public comment at the other items on our agenda. I want to let you all know that I have asked Mr. Williams to reach out to the representatives at the Jail Population Reduction Council to ask them to make a presentation about this at our next meeting. So we will have additional conversations about jail population issues. We can dive into this more deeply. And Mr. Huntsman, certainly we would invite you and your office to join in that presentation. So I don't mean to cut you off here. Actually, I do mean to cut you off, but I don't mean to cut off the conversation. So at this point, Jennifer, we'd like to move to public comment. How many people do we have for public comment on this item?
We currently have 7 people who have signed up.
Okay, my apologies to the 7 people who signed up, but because we have so many other big and important items to get to, we are going to restrict public comment, not restrict, we're going to allow 1 minute for public comment per person. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate what you have to say. If there's something you have to say beyond the 1 minute, you are encouraged to submit something via video or in writing, and I promise that as many commissioners as possible will review what you have to say. Okay, let's move to public comment. Jennifer, and let's first have an announcement in Spanish from Ingrid Williams.
Buenos días. Si necesita que sus comentarios se traduzcan, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Richie Sergenko. Richie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to raise my hand for this one.
Oh, no problem. We'll move on to Tamara K. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, power and strength to all the families on here impacted by sheriff murder. It was really disturbing to hear these reports. It's nothing short of describing a modern day slave ship of inmates shackled and chained for days and hours without proper sanitation or food. It's utterly disgraceful. LA Sheriff's Department doesn't need to be handling mental health services. People are treated like animals that need mental health services. We need to close these jails. This isn't a new problem, and stop blaming COVID on it. This is an ongoing issue, and the sheriffs can't handle mental services. The people voted for Measure J, and y'all, the commission, I suggest y'all have some of the people appointed to Measure J speaking on here. Those resources, if we have resources in our community, then we wouldn't need these jails.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. And next we'll hear from Julie Martinez. Julie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Thank you to the commission and to the testimony that was given. We can clearly see that COVID-19 spread in this manner could have been totally avoidable. And clearly the sheriff department under the leadership of Ian Weba is very neglectful. Unfortunately, they have done nothing to limit exposure in jails, which, as we heard today, caused forced quarantines, missed court dates, and lack of access to services. COVID-19 has exposed the fatal effects of incarceration in our community. We should be decreasing jail populations due to COVID-19. That would have been a simple, easy solution. We in the community do not have the support of LA Sheriff Department, nor do we believe Villanueva understands or trains his deputies to treat the community with dignity and respect. So
And
we
that
are
does
not
conclude
surprised.
your
Thank you.
Is Yvette LA, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, Yvette Olay with Dignity and Power Now. You know, Mr. Corbett is correct that the most impactful strategy to reduce the population in the jails is expanding pretrial release. However, I disagree strongly that pretrial release should be determined.
We paused the clock here. I think we lost Miss Ali. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. So let's start again. So please continue. We'll start the clock again.
Yeah, thank you. Like I was saying, Mr. Corbett is correct that the most impactful strategy to reduce the population in the jails is by expanding pretrial release. However, I strongly disagree that pretrial release should be determined through risk assessments, algorithms which leading scholars from MIT to UCLA have concluded are racially biased, and that electronic monitoring should be increased in order to release people. Electronic monitoring is expensive, ineffective, and harmful and should be considered the highest condition of release as per DA Gascon's policy. I invite this commission to invite James Kilgore, a leading expert on electronic monitoring, to share his findings with you all. People held pretrial are legally innocent under the law because they have not been convicted, and the system must be upholding their presumption of innocence. The answer to pretrial release is not more probation or the sheriffs. The answer is community-based pretrial services to support the return to court and meet their basic needs. The fact of the matter is that
does conclude your time, Yvette. The next speaker will be Jonetta Ewing. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I just want to know, what are y'all planning on doing about the police killing people? Like, it's happening more often. Maybe y'all, to keep people out of jail, y'all should stop letting the police harass people and stop them for stupid reasons, like riding a bike on the wrong side of the street. Like, because that's why Dijon Kizzy was murdered and shot over 16 times. 16 times is murder. And what are y'all doing for justice? Because justice to me is no more fucking names. And fuck the police. Fuck y'all jail system and fuck everybody on this goddamn call, because I want to know where the justice is at for Dijon Kizzy. I'm hurt every day. I'm crying, and y'all not doing shit. Y'all, and what are y'all doing to stop these police from abusing the protesters? They're shooting these people with rubber bullets and tear gases, and nobody not stopping them. Y'all don't even respect the families. Y'all kill our family members, and then y'all disrespect us when we ask y'all to stop and to apologize. We still haven't got no apologies. Y'all talking about mental health and COVID. Fuck y'all timer too.
Does conclude your time. Next, we'll hear from Jacqueline Venters. Jacqueline, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, I want to say right now, I'm encouraging the community and everybody that's a part of this call to continue to call in your complaints. I think now we have a commission that's listening and are concerned about our well-being. And I'm just grateful. I'm grateful today because we got to this point. It took a long time. It just didn't start, but it has opened up a lot of people's eyes and their minds and their heart to care. Because sometimes when it hit home, it's not good. You hear about it, but when it hit home, it's not good. And it hit home for me. And I've been fighting. And they heard our cry. You know, you guys heard our cry. And I think that everybody just need to continue to call in, because if you don't know, you can't do anything about it. You guys know now. Now it's time for action. God bless.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Michelle Infante with Dignity and Power Now. About 8 weeks ago, I was at Century Regional Detention Facility outreaching there, and a female came out and I'm going to tell you exactly what she told me. For 8 days, she didn't have sanitary pads. For 8 days, she didn't have a shower. For 8 days, she didn't have shampoo or conditioner to wash her hair. For 8 days, she didn't get her medications on time. And when she did, it was medications that had been used by someone else and been passed around on her floor. And lastly, for the length of time that she was in there, she did not have a mask to cover her face. Most people inside, she said they didn't. And when they did, they only had them hanging on one ear and a string was broken on the other side. That's just, it's appalling to sit here and keep hearing all these little band-aids that the department wants to say that they're doing when people are suffering needlessly and negligently. And it's up to the commission to try to do something more about this.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tim Griffin. Tim, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. And this is the last public comment for this round.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead, Tim.
Excellent. Yeah, I just want to say that I've been listening to this committee for quite a while now, and it just seems like an area to voice grievances and complaints and complain about the department. But I would ask this committee to commit to working with the department to improve the efficiencies and the complete system at IRC and the scheduling, because the scheduling is tremendously inefficient. And if IRC or the Sheriff's Department, for that matter, were run like a business, it would be out of business. It's basically processing widgets. You're processing people. You're moving people through a system, and systemically, the system is broken. It's 1980s. It's a 1980s system trying to deal with 2020 issues, and it's broken.
Thank you. And Chair Ochin, that does conclude our public comment.
Thank you to everyone who provided public comment. We want you to know we are listening and we will be following up on your concerns. We are working and have been working with the Sheriff's Department on its systems, particularly as it relates to complaints, but I think it also relates to data management and information sharing more generally, and we're committed to continuing with that. Assistant Sheriff Corbett, I think on the question of the pretrial population, the commission would like to be engaged around solutions. We already have a bail committee that hasn't really been that functional, but given that there's movement around management or reduction of the jail population, in the pretrial population, we would respectfully like to be included on that committee that you're convening so that we can provide the feedback, and we will certainly follow up on the suggestion to speak with James Kilgore. So thank you for that. And we also hope to hear about the pretrial population management when we hear from the Jail Population Review Committee. Assistant Sheriff Corbett, I saw your hand.
Yeah, Commissioner, one thing I wanted to send out to you, and what Katie was talking about for our FIP Step Down program, there's a book called The Solution, Mental Health Assistance, Bridging the Gap to Effective Treatment, which was written by those two inmates. So if somebody would like a little bit more insight on that program and how it came to being, I don't know if you could see.
I can't see it, but you can send us a copy.
Absolutely. So they wrote a book. It's very insightful, and I would recommend that. It's a good read. And I'll make sure I'll get to Miss Williams the title and everything.
Thank you very much. Okay. At this point,
Amazon at $6.99.
Okay. All right.
It's right there.
Right on it. Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Harris. Okay, we're going to move on to item 2C, which is an update on the LSD intimidation and harassment of oversight officials. As you recall, during our July 15th meeting, Commissioner Kennedy introduced a memorandum regarding the Villanueva's administration's pattern of accusing public officials and other professionals who serve in an oversight capacity or of the department or who have been critical of the department of intimidating and harassing those individuals. As a result of that report, the commission voted to issue a subpoena to the sheriff to attend this meeting to answer questions about this alleged and very clearly observed from my perspective pattern of intimidation and harassment. The sheriff responded to us, indicating that he was busy. and that he would not attend today's meeting because he had things that he had scheduled and couldn't move. A number of people asked him what he had scheduled, if he could share his calendar for today. He declined to do so. Despite his written indication that he would not be attending today's meeting, we sent him a link to our WebEx calendar in the hopes that he would join us anyway. As you can see, he is not here. It's very telling that the person who is charged with enforcing the laws within LA County, as he is so apt to say that he can enforce the law anywhere in LA County, he is defying the law in this space in LA County when it comes to a lawfully issued subpoena. So abstaining from today's meeting is not going to stop us from discussing it. We have a number of items on the agenda. And so what we are asking the commission to do is to discuss the proposed motion to proceed with requesting that county council file a motion to show cause as to why the sheriff should not be compelled to attend today's meeting. The sheriff has repeatedly ducked, as I said, and dodged our subpoenas. He has indicated that he would like to voluntarily appear at a number of previous occasions and has tried to dictate the terms upon which he would attend, despite having been issued subpoenas. He has only come to this commission for maybe an hour at a time, when that is clearly not enough time for us to really get to the bottom of the questions that we have. So here's what I would like the commission to do is to discuss the motion that's attached to the agenda. And the motion would do the following. It would direct county council to review all of our legal remedies, including a writ in the LA Superior Court, to determine if Sheriff Villanueva should be held in contempt for failure to abide by the subpoena. 2, within 30 days, report back to the commission on whether the sheriff has violated any laws or policies with regard to his conduct. And I would refer you all to today's reporting in the LA Times that goes very in depth about the way in which the sheriff has used LASD personnel to surveil and harass and investigate oversight officials. I would like for county council to report back to us about whether that conduct has violated any laws or policies for LA County, and to forward that report back to us within 30 days. We would like to know, as part of that report, whether it should be forwarded to any investigative agency that exists at the local, state, or national level. Lastly, we would like to request that the motion would conclude by requesting that the California Attorney General exercise its authority to review and manage the various investigations that the sheriff has initiated of those who have legal oversight over the department. So that's the motion. We have folks who have, like Professor Kennedy, who is here, who may want to speak to the contents of the memorandum and the work that's been done subsequent to our meeting in July. But in order for us to do that, we need to have a motion. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation regarding court proceedings to enforce our subpoena, regarding county council's investigation about whether any county, state, or federal policies have been violated, and 3, requests that the Attorney General supervise or take over the investigations that have been started by the Sheriff's Department. So that's what's on the table. Is there a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation that's included under item 2C?
I would so move to adopt the recommendation under 2C.
That was moved by Vice Chair Tolentino. Is there a second?
Second, that motion.
Second by Commissioner Bonner. The floor is now open for discussion. I saw Commissioner Kennedy's hand. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. No, I was just going to make the motion, Chair, but I feel like my memo speaks for itself. But I think it's particularly important for this commission to take its process seriously and do everything under the law that we can to compel the sheriff to appear and answer questions about his investigations of the Attorney General, a member of this commission, various county heads, lawyers, anyone who opposes his agenda or tries to conduct oversight. The response to my memo was really not substantive. Under Sheriff Murakami wrote a letter to this commission and to me personally, informing me that various sheriff personnel would be suing me for writing a legal memo and suggested that I had committed some kind of misconduct that should subject me to being disciplined by the state bar. For those who read the memo, it's a conventional legal memo, and I felt that it was more efforts to intimidate people from bringing to light the misconduct of the special unit that investigates oversight officials, and we must dig deeper, in my opinion.
Commissioner Bonner, and then Commissioner Rubin.
First of all, I want to comment on the sheriff's defiance of the commission subpoena, and then I'll want to make a brief comment on the contents of the Kennedy report or the Kennedy memo, Professor Kennedy's memo. With regard to the subpoena to the sheriff, I mean, for the record, I just want to make a record on this. This is only the second subpoena the Civilian Oversight Commission has served on the sheriff in 18 months since we've had subpoena power. I mean, it's not outrageous for us to expect that he might attend every, 8 or 9 months a commission meeting via subpoena. And of course, we found that it's necessary to get the sheriff to attend to subpoena him. And then it's also been necessary in the one instance where we've done it, that we have to go to court to compel his attendance. I mean, this is, I'm not quite sure the right word for it. And I want to be careful how I choose my words here, but it is, it's ridiculous. The second thing I might note is, in reading the sheriff's letter as to why he's, this is the September 9th, 2021 letter, in which he states he is extremely busy and his calendar is usually filled for months. Look, I headed 3 very large federal law enforcement agencies during parts of my career in public service. And I spent on many occasions, many times I went before congressional committees to attend oversight committee meetings because they requested that I do so. And I did it because, by the way, it was in the best interest of my agency that I appear to oversight committees. The sheriff doesn't seem to understand that. He seems to be totally oblivious to the value of oversight, by the way, in stark contrast to the assistant sheriff that's with us today. So look, the sheriff can give us an hour of his time, his busy time, once a month if necessary, to come before us, and we shouldn't have to subpoena him, but unfortunately he's put us in a position where we do. So I'm fully in favor of the motion to get county council to take whatever legal action is necessary to enforce our subpoena. Now, switching to the just a few comments on Professor Kennedy's memorandum, which details a pattern on the part of Sheriff Villanueva, a pattern of intimidation or attempts to intimidate anyone with oversight responsibilities over the sheriff's department and the sheriff. Those things that are outlined in Professor Kennedy's memo are totally improper on the part of the sheriff. And if they're done intentionally, I would submit illegal. Obviously, part of our motion is to get county council to opine on that issue. But first, let me just say, so it's not lost, that it's improper for a law enforcement official to publicly announce or disclose that a person, any person, is subject to a criminal investigation, or to state that that person has committed a crime. Put yourselves, by the way, in the position of somebody that's where the sheriff has said, or somebody on his behalf has said, you're under a criminal investigation. A person like the sheriff, who publicly to the media says his department is investigating a person for committing a crime, that person has no opportunity to defend themselves. There has been no charge. there's been no arrest, and there's no way to clear your name. For example, Mr. Huntsman, and that's why it's wrong, and it's unethical and improper for the sheriff to publicly announce an investigation of the Inspector General, Mr. Huntsman, or similarly an investigation of one of the members of this commission, or to indicate that Ms. Hamai, the former CEO of the county, had committed a crime by being on the board of United Way, and so on, as detailed in Professor Kennedy's report. Those are only 3 examples. That's number one. It's just improper to publicly announce an investigation or have Murakami as undersheriff do it for him. And secondly, the sheriff and his department have no business investigating those with oversight responsibilities over them. Let me make that clear. Isn't it clear to the sheriff? We can't ask him that, but isn't it clear to the sheriff that in these situations, he and his department have a conflict of interest? Doesn't it mean that there can't be an investigation? It doesn't mean, by the way, there can't be an investigation. It just means there can't be an investigation conducted by the sheriff's department. There are other agencies that could do the investigation if the sheriff thinks that there has been a crime committed and he has a conflict and his department have a conflict. It's not enough to just say he recuses himself, by the way, because he runs the sheriff's department. It's the sheriff's department that's recused and has to be recused in those situations. And so it's also improper and wrong for the sheriff and the sheriff's department to conduct investigations where they have a patent conflict of interest, which they do when they're investigating those who have direct oversight over the sheriff's department. So this leaves only one question, and that's the sheriff's motivation for publicly announcing these investigations. And he's ducked our subpoena. He's avoiding answering our questions. And I think it's reasonable to conclude, by the way, since he's ducked our subpoena and he won't answer questions about his motivation for doing these things that are outlined in Professor Kennedy's report, that much like Joseph McCarthy, if anybody remembers him, the sheriff is doing this to intimidate those with oversight, to get them to back off and back down. We're not going to back down, Sheriff. I only wish you were here so we could get your explanation as to why you either publicly announced these investigations of oversight officials or you had Under Sheriff Murakami do it on your behalf. Anyway, we need to have these intimidation tactics cease. And so it's really, I think, mind-boggling that the sheriff himself has not come before us to give his side. If his motivations are somehow pure, then he's totally wrong and he's doing things that are unethical, and he needs to know that. In any event, okay, that concludes my comments, but thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner, for those powerful comments. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, I join in the comments of the other commissioners, and I also think it's essential to note that the sheriff has not stopped his intimidation and his attacks since the publication of Commissioner Kennedy's memo and his refusal to come here today. I mean, just take a look at, if one can bear it, his press conference yesterday, where he continued the attacks, not only on this commission, not only on county council, not only on Commissioner Kennedy and some of the supervisors. I mean, one would think that the fact that so much of this has come to light, that at least on a short-term basis, he would temporarily stop, but oh no, it gives him more fuel, and this has to stop. And as Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Kennedy have said, and certainly the chair has said, we are not going to stop with our role as oversight. And so I fully support this motion. I fully support actions county council will take. My only regret is that, Madam Chair, that the motion would give it what county council would do 30 days to come back and report. I understand how that works, but I would hope that at least the executive director would hear back from county council sooner than 30 days so we know what direction they're going in. Thank you.
Absolutely, and we will certainly try to get something sooner than 30 days if possible. And we will certainly monitor or ask for updates as to how the investigation by county council is going, assuming, of course, that the motion passes. Are there additional comments or questions? Commissioner Giggins, but before you do that, I just want to note here that we got a letter from the sheriff yesterday. Is that correct, Mr. Williams?
That's correct.
And what did the sheriff indicate about our next month's meeting?
The sheriff, well, yesterday at about 4 p.m., I received a letter from the sheriff's department wherein the sheriff indicated that he will voluntarily attend our next meeting for a 1-hour period. That letter came sua sponte. We didn't ask for any such appearance, so I was a little bit surprised to receive that letter.
In response to that, I just wanted the commission to know that we received that letter. However, I think that's not compliance with our subpoena. It is voluntary, first of all, and he is setting restrictions on the amount of time that he will appear. We know that just from this conversation, it would take more than an hour to get our questions answered, particularly since the sheriff likes to give long-winded responses to attempt to filibuster during the time that we have allocated for him to make an appearance before the commission. His appearance is not voluntary. It is pursuant to our subpoena. Of course, I'm only one member of the commission, but that would be my recommendation, that we proceed with the enforcement of the subpoena because 1 hour is simply not sufficient, and the sheriff does not get to pick and choose when he complies with a subpoena, particularly when it's dated and timed, and there's a particular demand for his appearance pursuant to our subpoena power. Again, I'm one person, but that's my recommendation. I'll open it up for additional comments or questions if there are any. Commissioner Giggins.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ocean. And yeah, what I'd like to say today is that I appreciate Commissioner Bonner talking about, what does it feel like to be exposed in these ways with allegations and investigations that never end, and stay open, to be threatened with arrest. When you are in a position, as I am here, among all of you, we are all in the same position of being authorized, and we took an oath to the Constitution when we assumed these positions here, when we were appointed, to do our jobs well. And so, when you reflect on what does that feel like, it is intimidating. And I know that this has been going on months against my agency, Peace Over Violence, and myself. And it's been going on for years against Mr. Huntsman, and then accusations against Commissioner Kennedy because of his very elucidated memo. And you're intimidated because of the threat and the bullying, and you don't have a way to defend yourself when, especially the affidavit is under seal. Our agency was required to hire a criminal attorney. We are a nonprofit, and our focus is on serving the community. We actually have, the idea that these leaks and warrants, they do take an effect, especially when nonprofits really depend on the trust of the community to do our work. That people feel safe coming to us for services, and people feel comfortable and trusting to donate to us. So our funding has also been being challenged through this whole process. It puts doubt in people's mind. This constant open investigation, never closed, nothing happens. The threat of being detained. So we've kind of been out here on our own. And what I tried to do is just play it a little bit under the radar because, I don't I want to protect my agency. I don't want to poke the bear. This would not be happening if I were not a commissioner. This would not be happening to Peace Over Violence if I did not have this position, this oversight position. I know that, you know that. And so I tried not to poke the bear, but in the meantime, I've sat at all these meetings and I've listened very closely, and I've met with some of the families who've suffered from intimidation and harassment. And I'm inspired by them, actually, to speak out and to tell our side of the story. And hope that, as you're saying, Commissioner Ocean, this has to stop. This has to stop. This kind of intimidation is illegal. It is unnerving. It is undermining. And as much as it tries to intimidate all of us to not do what we need to do and to speak up and speak out, do our investigations thoroughly, we're not going to stop, as you said. We have to continue and do our commission role as best we can. I always like to do it in the most respectful ways, as a matter of fact. You know, but I just want to be frank. I am so fed up with this open investigation that doesn't end, that goes nowhere. And frankly, I'm I happily say it is bogus. It is based on allegations that we feel at POV are actual lies.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Giggins. Thank you for speaking up. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you. Patty Giggins just, you know, it says it all in terms of the impact of what the sheriff is doing. But let me just say this, going back to something you said, Madam Chair, and that is not only is the letter, the 11th hour letter that the sheriff sent us yesterday inadequate, it's unacceptable. And I'm going to make a motion that, a second motion, and that is that this commission authorize the ad hoc committee on subpoenas to issue solely under our Measure R authority a second subpoena on the sheriff for the next meeting, for him to come before us and talk about deputy clicks and why he still has an objection, a legal or constitutional objection, in light of the county council's opinion that it is constitutional for the sheriff to adopt a policy that would prohibit deputies from joining or participating or soliciting others to join a deputy clicks. So it's a separate issue. We need a separate subpoena, and I would move that we have one. Secondly, I have one other part of the motion.
Sure, but just before you finish it, I'm not telling you not to make the motion. I'm just asking, can you make it when we discuss the RAND report, which will be the next item? I think it's more germane to that issue.
And the reason I'm making it now is that there was a second motion that relates to, I think we need to issue a subpoena for Under Sheriff Murakami on this issue that we're talking about here, and that is what his role has been in terms of what has been reported to be essentially a special investigative unit set up by the Sheriff's Department and the sheriff to potentially, I don't know, I'd like to hear some answers, but potentially, according to the LA Times story this morning, potentially for purposes of investigating political enemies and oversight personnel and officials. I think we need Under Sheriff Murakami to appear before us and answer some questions on that issue, since he apparently is leading that effort. At least that's the information we have. Look, I have an open mind, but I think we have to hear from high levels of the sheriff's departments on these issues. So that would be a second motion, and I'm also recommending that we make it solely under our Measure R authority, so that if we need separate counsel advice on this, we can get it. I hope we don't. Okay, so those are the two motions. I'll defer the second. I'll defer the first motion till the next item. But I am putting on the table the subpoena Murakami on this issue of intimidation or apparent intimidation of those persons and officials that have direct oversight responsibility for the sheriffs and the sheriff's department.
Okay, so what we would do then, and so I have a motion from you to amend the motion to request that county counsel for potential illegal activity by LASD to the California Attorney General for investigation. We would add an item 4 to request that the OIG draft a subpoena under our Measure R authority to Under Sheriff Murakami to appear at our next meeting on October 21st to answer questions about the Sheriff's Department's activities with regard to investigations of oversight officials. Is that correct, Mr.
Except
Commissioner
that's
Bonner?
perfect, except for one slight tweak, and that is I would not request the OIG to do this. The IG himself is subject to I think, a misguided investigation. We certainly have never heard any credible explanation for it. So it should be our staff, the COC staff, that drafts the subpoena. But other than that minor modification, I think you've stated it absolutely correctly.
Is there a second for that motion that the COC staff would draft a subpoena for Under Sheriff Murakami to appear at our next meeting, which is scheduled for October 21st, to answer questions pursuant to the subpoena regarding the Sheriff's Department's activities in investigating oversight officials? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Tolentino. Is there discussion on this? And again, this is about the amendment, the motion for the amendment to add the subpoena for Under Sheriff Murakami. Is there discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, we'll just take a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment to add an item number 4 for the COC staff to issue a subpoena to Under Sheriff Murakami to attend our next scheduled Civilian Oversight Commission meeting on October 21st to answer questions pursuant to the subpoena regarding the Sheriff's Department's alleged investigations of oversight officials. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. So now we have 4 items on the memorandum that is currently under discussion. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the memorandum that we will vote on after public comment? Okay, seeing none, then we will move to public comment. Jennifer, how many people do we have for public comment?
We currently have 14 individuals who have signed up.
1-4.
1-4, correct.
Okay. Once again, because of we still have the RAND item to discuss, as well as a number of other reports, I will ask folks to restrict I will invite folks to use about 1 minute for public comment. So we will have 1 minute per person for public comment. Ingrid, please, can you please make the announcement in Spanish?
Buenos días. Si necesita que sus comentarios se traduzcan, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Andres Juan. Andres, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. First, I'm deeply thankful to the family members who spoke today. The Sheriff's Department, from line deputies and all the way to the top, have engaged in a pattern of retaliating against anyone who dares to ask questions, speak out, hold them accountable. They systematically harass surviving families, advocates, journalists, and now with the LA Times bombshell article this morning about Villanueva's secret police and Commissioner Kennedy's memo, we see how Villanueva sought to extort oversight officials whom he deems as political enemies. I mean, tell me you're the Trump of LA without telling me you're the Trump of LA. Unfortunately, the coward sheriff is hiding behind his great wall of secrecy this morning. And I'm asking, what do we think he's actually doing right now? That he's so busy to defy yet another subpoena? Doing what? Campaigning? Photo ops? Walking around Venice, attacking our unhoused neighbors? Commissioners, please exercise your power of subpoena and enforce it by any legal means necessary. And as you do this, please look into Villanueva using his official position as sheriff for political activity.
Let's conclude your time. Next, we'll hear from Carlos Montes. Carlos, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. This is Carlos Montes. Allow. Yeah, thank you very much. This is Carlos Montes. I'm with CSO, Community Service Organization, Ball Heights, East LA. We work with families who have been victims of police killings. I myself have been injured in the county jail and beaten up by the LA sheriffs and arrested many times for political reasons. The only reason I'm not in jail is because of the community support. So we have a rogue sheriff We need to take him out by any means necessary, legally, lawsuits, etc. I urge the, the Civilian Oversight Commission to continue your work, subpoena him, take him to court, sue him. We need to demand that he be held accountable. I hope he gets prosecuted by the FBI. He's under investigation by the FBI, the Department of Justice. He needs to go to jail. We're going to get rid of Villanueva sooner or later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Gina Viola. Gina, please go ahead.
Thank you. Denying this subpoena means he is denying LA County voters en masse. He can give an hour a week to Instagram Live. He can give untold time to ride scooters down the Venice Boardwalk. He is basically telling this commission, I know you are, but what am I? To turn inquiries into a Spider-Man meme, pointing fingers back at anyone asking for accountability is showing his whole rogue self. When will a bench warrant be issued for his refusal to comply with these subpoenas? He is trying to turn this commission into the rubber stamp body that the LAPD currently has. He has agreed to attend next month's meeting many, many times. We've had these conversations over and over again. I appreciate that I heard today in the commissioner's voice an exhaustion about that. And I appreciate that measures will be taken to do something more drastic, like issuing the bench warrant. Thank you.
We'll hear from Richie Sergenko. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Sergenko with the People's City Council. I just want to encourage this commission to use all of its power available to them and pursue the subpoena. Hold him in contempt. Whatever legal means necessary should be used to hold the sheriff accountable. I want to say shout out. I want to give love and strength to the families. And we've heard their stories about how they're victims of LASD harassment. This is just who they are. And Sheriff Villanueva, in control of them, is running rogue. He's a lawless sheriff. He's truly the Trump of LA by initiating a criminal investigation of the Inspector General for carrying out his oversight duties. He's harassed LA County officials. He's harassed activists. He is truly lawless, and no one is holding him accountable. And this is your opportunity by pursuing the subpoena.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Hilda Pedroza. Hilda, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Hilda Pedroza, the sister of David Ordaz Jr., who was murdered March 2021. And I'm just glad to hear that you all voted to subpoena Villanueva. So this way we could have some accountability, and that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Yvette LA. Please go ahead, Yvette.
Hi. Yes, the commission should use and enforce its subpoena power to courageously, actively, and zealously pursue any legal means necessary to hold the sheriff accountable. But as Ms. Helen Jones was absolutely correct in her opening remarks, removing the sheriff will not solve the longstanding institutional corruption and harassment of the sheriff's department. There's no reforming an institution designed to extract, incarcerate, and exterminate Black, brown, and poor people. It is laughable that this department could in any way be associated with public safety when they are targeting the families of people killed by the department, opening bogus investigations on those tasked with his oversight, and harassing and threatening activists and community organizers. And now we're finding out about secret police. This is a trademark of authoritarian and totalitarian regimes, not the democracy we purport to have. Although we know the COC and the board are limited in their accountability mechanisms, the budget process continues to be the strongest lever of accountability, and it continues to be underutilized. Why does the sheriff's budget continue to exceed $3 billion when they harass our houseless community, kill with impunity, and attack the very organizations that are delivering survivor services while exploiting those very survivors?
Next, thank you. And next we will hear from Jacqueline Ventus. Please go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yes, I was on one of the meetings a while ago, and one of the citizens from East LA stated he knew the sheriff personally, and he was part of the gang, and to get him out of there. And I recall Matt Huntsman's request 3 times for my son, and they never responded to the request. I remember Matt Huntsman subpoenaed them. They never respond. I remember the a few years ago, the Oversight Commission, we were dealing with the same thing. I'm glad that we have gotten to this point right now. But what they shouldn't be allowed to do is to investigate themselves. That's how they're allowed to get away with all these things. Bonner, don't bow down. I remember when you started with the resolution. They need to start arresting his deputies and let them know that this is not a game and you can't play with people's lives. He is a gang member with a badge and power, and he's using it right now. All of the deputies is not bad. I have family members that I love, and my pastor just retired. So it's
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Valerie Vargas. Valerie, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Valerie Vargas, the aunt of Anthony Vargas. And yeah, I don't even know why it has to be a vote for you guys to even consider subpoenaing Muratami. I think the commission should use and enforce its subpoena power aggressively, the same way that Villanueva is doing, actively and zealously, and pursue any legal means necessary to hold him accountable. I also want to state that with the passing of AB 1185, I believe Villanueva should not even be able to defy authority to subpoena. What he's doing to the oversight officials is exactly the same thing that his deputies are doing to us on the streets, to journalists, to reporters, and you know, I don't even know why it's up for discussion. I mean, what are we gonna do next month or the next meeting? We're gonna keep repeating the same shit over and over and over. Like, he has to go. Villanueva has to go and check the fucking sheriff.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jessica Martinez. Jessica, you muted. Please go ahead. Jessica Martinez.
Yes.
Please go ahead with your public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, my comment is like I'm sorry by my English, but I'm just like try to like get like so fast because I only have 1 minute, but I'm going through harassment right now, and then even if I report into the OIG and then to the sheriff department, nobody listens to me, and my family is in danger, and I want to know like how far they have to go and how far my family has to go through in order to like someone like taking like action against to these officers who like they literally like beating people in front of my eyes, just like to traumatizing me. And then my family is going through a lot, and then like I requesting help for every single place that I think that they have a power to like make the human right being respecting, but I didn't get any answer from nowhere. So I just want to make public to anyone, like to everybody know that I make this comment.
The next comment will come from Helen. Please go ahead. Helen Jones, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. First, I would like to say thank you to the commissioners for being here to listen to our concerns and doing your best to address them. This sheriff not only disrespect and intimidate this commission, but shows double disrespect and intimidation to the families. This is why his deputies feel they could do anything they want to do, and they do anything they want to do because of their leadership. They know that the sheriff will do anything to downplay their gang ties and association within the sheriff gangs. And the sheriff gangs know that the sheriff will spend every dime in the budget to cover up their deputy gang murders and all of their crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Julie Martinez. Julie, please go ahead.
Thank you. Commission, now you understand what it's like to be a community member who's intimidated and harassed, except we do not have the same power that you have. It's extremely important that everyone start listening to his hourly Facebook and Instagram every week, in which he blatantly says that he is above the law, that he is Villanueva. He also called you a kangaroo court, so let that settle in. Why is he not here? Pure cowardice. We have seen him in multiple photos. He's using his office and taxpayer funded time to campaign. Worse yet, he campaigned in a recall election that got national attention with Larry Elder, a man who frequently cites white supremacist mandates and policy. Please be brave. Please be courageous. Pursue any legal means necessary you have to hold him accountable. Villanueva is not above the law, and you have the backing of state law and the power of the subpoena. Please use it.
Yeah, and next we'll hear from Jonetta Hewitt. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
I'm back for another minute to say fuck the police and give strength to all the families. Thank y'all for coming on here because I don't know how to talk nice to y'all people. I'm over it. I'm sure a lot of people on here sound like they over it too. Fuck Alex. Y'all need to like put him out. Fuck a subpoena. He need to be like gone. Like he obviously don't know how to run LA. He's letting his officers, his gang members, kill all our family members and then disrespect our families. And I'm over it. So thank y'all for trying to help us, but y'all need to do more. Because I feel like
next.
Oh yeah, next.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Tim Griffin. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Tim.
Hi, yes, again, why even bother issuing subpoenas? The committee has no teeth to enforce. The sheriff's not gonna show up. So I mean, why even bother? It's just tongue in cheek. I do remember several months ago when Commissioner Bonner first presented issuing subpoenas, or whoever it was started issuing subpoenas, and you are again talking about the same thing, and unfortunately, months from now you'll probably be talking about the same thing. It's very unfortunate. Throw the subpoenas out and see what happens. Murakami's a patsy anyway, and bring him in and see what he has to say. But again, you're just going to ask questions, and I don't think you're going to get to the root of the issues with Sheriff Alex Villanueva. I just don't think you're going to get the cooperation, and dropping the F-bombs doesn't help.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi. This is Stephanie Luna, aunt of Anthony Vargas. We know Villanueva's intimidation is nothing more than an advanced form of bullying. We know that Villanueva is also the biggest bully in LA County. He's trying to use his power to gain control over anyone he can and bully people into getting what he wants. Fear is powerful, and I know that that's something that the sheriffs seem to thrive on. He's disrespected and intimidated county officials, such as yourselves. He's disrespected and intimidated community members, journalists, a grieving family, and just anyone that's actively seeking justice in the streets. He condones the bad behavior of his deputy, and, he actively doxes people on social media. I'm not sure what more needs to be talked about or, discussed. It's just, there's like a critical need for the transparency and just holding the sheriff accountable. And there's no greater time than now to exercise your guys' power, with the subpoena and just, get him in court if you have him declared to be a contempt of the court. Just do whatever you have to. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead, Michelle.
I think that we've come to a fork in the road where I think this commission understands that there's a grave need for independent investigation powers, whether it comes from the commission or whether you bring forward some kind of memorandum to the County Board of Supervisors. You need to be able to discipline the department also. They cannot continue to have conflicts of interest where they're inside, where people are sexually assaulted, they're driving them back in cars to the hospitals, where they're killing families and family members outside on the streets, and then coming into the county coroner and then standing there and giving scenarios regarding what could have happened. And then a system that continues, it's an epic failure that continues the false narratives that the sheriff puts out there. You as a commission know that you need to bring forward, that you need independent investigative powers, whether it comes from you or another outside entity. That has to be the future.
And that does conclude your time. We also have one additional person who said they signed up. Frankie Jacobs, you're unmuted. Please go ahead, Frankie.
Yeah, thank you very much to this commission. I know how hard you guys are busting your tail to change this. And I do not undermine anybody in this commission. I know how powerful you are, but when the power of the people is replaced with the power of power and the power of corruption of one of the most horrific, unbelievable sheriffs on our planet right now, then this means that this goes much deeper. it must be a contempt. If you or I or anybody else ignored a subpoena, we would be in jail for contempt. So we have to look even higher. We have to look at governors. We have to look at legislators that are allowing anybody to ignore a properly served subpoena. I am from the Victim Advocate Association, and before this, I served a nonprofit serving our Black, Brown, Native American, LGBTQI community that had been through felony violent crimes, all of them ignored of their rights, ignored of their justice, and then instead, innocent people landing in jail, being murdered by sheriffs. This has to go.
And I apologize, the last public comment will come from Tamara Kay. This coming is the last public. Please go ahead, Tamara.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. I apologize. I'm mobile right now. All power to the families, all power to the people. Sheriff Villanueva needs to be, he needs to be fired. He needs to go. I think the COC, we have to come up with other means or methods to try to get rid of him. The jails need to be closed. It is inhumane how our brothers and sisters are not cared for. Think of Measure J as well. The people voted on that for care, not cops. The sheriff's department's disgrace. It's riddled with crime and corruption. No one should be above the law, so to speak. Its inception is their inception and they're founded in slave catching. You can see how our brothers and sisters at the border, our Haitian brothers and sisters are being traded. White supremacy is rampant in this country. It's founded on white supremacy. Sheriff Villanueva needs to go.
And that does conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you to everyone who spoke today. We are now at the point where we will vote on this item 2C. This item is labeled motion to request that county council forward potential illegal activity by LASD to the California Attorney General. There are three components. The first is for county council to make a report to the commission for the county council to review all of our legal remedies to enforce our subpoena from our July meeting, to including a filing of a writ to the LA Superior Court to determine if Sheriff Villanueva should be held in contempt for failure to abide by our subpoena. The second item is within 30 days or sooner. Of course, we encourage sooner. Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for reminding us of that. That county council report back to the commission on whether the sheriff or his employees have violated any laws or policies at the local, state, or federal level. And if such information is discovered, whether it should be forwarded to an investigative agency. 3, request that the California Attorney General exercise its authority to review and manage the various investigations that the sheriff has initiated of those who have legal oversight over the sheriff's department. And then 4th, the amendment that was made and seconded by Commissioner Bonner regarding the Civilian Oversight Commission staff, directing the staff to draft a subpoena for Under Sheriff Murakami to answer questions pursuant to the subpoena regarding the Sheriff's Department's activities in investigating, intimidating, or harassing oversight officials in Los Angeles County. That's a summation of the motion. It's been made and seconded. Now we may take a vote. Jennifer, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bonner,
Aye.
Commissioner Giggins,
Aye.
Commissioner Harris,
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Chair Ochin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rubin,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Thompson. I don't think he's with us. And Vice Chair Tolentino.
Aye.
Hello, Vice Chair Tolentino.
Yes.
Motion unanimously carries.
Thank you, everyone, for that discussion. We will move on to item D. Excuse me, we will move on to item, actually, we'll take up the RAND discussion. It's about 11:39, 11:40. We've been talking for a long time. Before we get to the RAND item, I'd like for us to take a 10-minute break. So it's 11:40. We'll take a 10-minute break here. We'll resume at 11:50 and take up the RAND item for discussion. Thanks, everybody. 11:50. Thank you.
We have about 1 more minute for break. If you are a commissioner and you are back to your seats, please turn on your video camera so that we can see that you are here. Thank you.
All right, it is 11:50. We're going to go ahead and get started with discussion of the RAND report on Los Angeles Sheriff's Department gangs. And as you all know, RAND released its report on this issue. Commissioner Rubin has chaired the ad hoc committee on deputy clicks and will give us an update regarding RAND's report. I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you very much. As you all know, there was a much reported and much delayed report that was issued by the RAND Corporation on the sheriff's deputy gangs and tracing back a great deal of history. The report is 200 plus pages, and we will certainly welcome the principal researcher, Dr. Sam Peterson, who's talked before, to certainly give us his discussion about the RAND report and give us all an opportunity to read the report. And my hope is that he'll be able to do that during the next meeting next month. But in addition, as part of the subject of deputy gangs and the sheriff's department, has been the issuance by county council of a very well-researched and well-written opinion on the legality, the constitutionality of our revised proposed policy for the sheriff's department on the subject of eliminating deputy gangs within the department, that we have urged the sheriff to adopt. And at every moment he talks about his reliance on an earlier opinion. So this is, as I said, a well-reasoned opinion. And we look forward to further discussing this with the sheriff when we can get him to finally appear here. But of course,
Commissioner Rubin, I neglected to mention that County Council would like to, Alex Zuderwig would like to make a brief comment about their legal opinion. So
right,
before we discuss it substantively, okay, go ahead.
No, I wasn't. I'm fully aware of that. We've had discussions about that. But what I wanted to say was that this opinion has been discussed in the Los Angeles Times. The sheriff himself has discussed it in his, far-ranging supposed news conference where he has made light of it. So it is out in the public, and Alex, our county council representative, you have a statement you want to make, and then I think there are further issues to discuss on that. So Alex, if you'd go ahead.
Thank you. Before the commission further discusses the opinion that appeared in the LA Times, I would like to state the disclosure of the confidential legal opinions was unauthorized. The attorney-client privilege and work product doctrine have not been waived. Because the attorney-client communications around these issues remain private, We ask that you not discuss any work product or confidential advice of county council other than what has been made public. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that as well. And I also want to, aside from discussing the well-reasoned and far-ranging opinion, also want to indicate for the commission that our ad hoc committee has discussed inviting, at least at first, station captains from 3 suspect stations to come to our ad hoc committee meeting, hopefully sometime soon, and talk about how they are implementing the sheriff's policy at those very difficult stations that we have all discussed. So that request is going to the sheriff's department today, and there is much discussion about this topic, about this subject that I know will continue. But I think it's important for all commission members and the public to recognize the fact that this opinion is, has been out there in the public view, and we need to do what we can to make sure that the sheriff abides by it. So if there are other, I know Commissioner Bonner had some comment in this regard, and I certainly welcome input from other ad hoc members who want to address this issue.
Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, let me unmute here. Yeah. Well, first of all, I did read with interest it's a 188-page report of the RAND Corporation, which of course confirms, I think, what we already knew, and that is the current existence of deputy cliques, or some call them gangs, within some of the sheriff's department's patrol stations. But what's really disappointing are the recommendations of the RAND Corporation. The recommendations are, I think, charitably put, underwhelming and disappointing, and will not achieve the goal, which is to at long last eradicate the deputy cliques from the sheriff's department. This commission's proposed policy change, which we proposed to the sheriff months ago, would, on a going forward basis, prohibit participation, joining, or soliciting others to participate in deputy cliques. A violation of such policy would lead to, if it were adopted by the sheriff, would lead to potentially determination. The effect of such a policy, as we proposed, this commission has proposed, is there will be that deputy cliques will end. Nearly all deputies will prefer to keep their jobs and their careers than join deputy cliques. I don't know. I'd like to ask the sheriff a few questions as if he disagrees with that statement. I believe it to be true from my own experience with multiple law enforcement agencies. This commission asked the county council to advise regarding the constitutionality of our proposed policy. And they have, by the way, I mean, this is public record. I'm not going to disclose anything in the opinion, but they have determined it to be constitutional. And since they're not disclosing their opinion, I would refer anyone who wants to have a legal opinion on this issue to refer back to my legal opinion on the constitutionality of the COC's proposed policy, which was submitted as part of a hearing probably 3 or 4 or 5 months ago. The principal reason the sheriff refused to adopt our policy, as he stated it, was because he believed that, partly and based upon the county council's prior 2014 opinion, that essentially prohibiting joining or participating in deputy cliques would be unconstitutional. Well, that reason no longer exists. At least county council has determined that that would not be the case. So I think for that reason, the sheriff should come back before this commission and tell us, why isn't he adopting the proposed policy that has been proposed by the Civilian Oversight Commission? And let's discuss it. So I have a motion to compel the sheriff to come forward. And that appears to be the only way to get his attendance at our meetings. And the proposed motion is to authorize the Civilian Oversight Commission's Ad Hoc Committee on Subpoenas, working with the COC staff to issue and serve a subpoena on Sheriff Villanueva for his personal appearance before the next COC meeting, which I believe to be October 21st, 2021, and to issue the subpoena pursuant to the COC's independent measure or authority to issue subpoenas in order to address the questions regarding additional questions regarding deputy clicks as outlined in the RAND report, and also why, in light of County Council's legal opinion that the COC's proposed policy to prohibit joining and participating in deputy clicks going forward, why, in light of that opinion that it's constitutional, he's still unwilling to adopt the stronger policy proposed by this commission that will, in my opinion, in any event, lead to the elimination of deputy clicks within the Sheriff's Department. So I'm proposing that motion, and I would hope there's a second for it, but we shall see. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second for Commissioner Bonner's motion? Second by Commissioner Kennedy. Is there any discussion on the motion to issue a subpoena to the sheriff pursuant to the Civilian Oversight Commission's Measure R authority to attend our next meeting, which is at this point scheduled for October 21st. That could change, to answer questions about the RAND report, the County Council legal opinion to the extent that we can discuss it publicly, and his reticence to adopt the Civilian Oversight Commission's recommendation regarding deputy click subgroups gangs. Discussion. Commissioner Rubin.
In that vein, I think it's a very well-reasoned motion, which I support, by Commissioner Bonner. But I also want to mention that although we are not able to disclose publicly County Council's opinion, my understanding is that in the LA Times article that discussed it, that there was a link in the LA Times article that one could get a copy of the opinion by going through the link option, so that there is a way to do that, to understand what that opinion is, what it says, and why it is such a well-reasoned opinion. So I think that merits some discussion as well. Thank you.
I'll also note that Vice Chair Tolentino and I wrote a letter to Supervisor Solis asking that the Board of Supervisors waive their attorney-client privilege as to the memo, the legal memo that you're discussing that was disclosed regarding the deputy gangs. We have not yet heard back from the board about waiving that privilege so that we can more easily, openly discuss it. But at this point, I think from what I heard from Alex is that we can discuss it without going beyond the scope of other matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege. Is that correct, Alex?
Yes, I mean, the opinion was disclosed in an unauthorized manner. So the privilege remains intact, but obviously the opinion is out in the public sphere as a result of this unauthorized disclosure. So the commission may discuss what is contained in the four corners of the opinion without going into separate legal advice County Council has provided on this matter.
Okay, so we can discuss, right, the contents of the memo without going beyond that. So we'll still, our request is still in, but at this point it's sort of moot because we can discuss it. So we still have Commissioner Bonner's motion on the tables. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Kennedy. You're muted. Commissioner Kennedy, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I have a clarification that I don't know. When we serve subpoenas and people appear pursuant to a subpoena, are they sworn, answering questions under oath? Normally, it doesn't come to mind, but the history of deputy gangs in the LASD is a history of false statement and outright perjury to cover up the gangs and to offer false explanations So would our subpoena require sworn testimony is my question.
Let me take
Alex,
a crack at that. I mean, first of all, Professor Kennedy, as you know, under Measure R and otherwise, we do have authority not only to subpoena a witness to appear at our hearings, but we also have the authority to place witnesses under oath. And in my own view is that the general practice should be that the chair should place witnesses under oath. It should just be our standard practice and going forward. I don't know that we've ever formally addressed that issue in any way, but that would be my view of what's appropriate where it's necessary to subpoena a witness to appear before the commission.
Ms. Zuderwig, is that your understanding of our authority under Measure R, that we can put witnesses under oath?
Well, there's no question we have the authority to do that, and the chair would administer the oath. There's no question.
I just want to be clear. I get that. I just want to get confirmation.
Oh, okay. Who are you asking?
I'm asking Alex.
Oh, Alex. Okay.
Alex, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I am. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Yes, the commission, the chair does have authority to place those who respond to subpoenas and testify before the commission under oath. And that authority also exists under a government code section 25303.7. Thank you.
Does that extend to our ad hoc committees if an ad hoc committee on behalf of the commission issues a subpoena?
You know, I haven't had occasion to research that issue yet. I'd like to look into it further. My initial thought is it would, but I would like to research it further.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the table. The response is that yes, we would be able to swear in a witness. Their statements would be under oath if they appear pursuant to a subpoena. Thus far, we have not had the sheriff appear pursuant to a subpoena. He has appeared voluntarily. Therefore, we have not sworn him in as a witness. Commissioner Bonner.
Just a point of order, because you raised the question of ad hoc committee. The subpoena is for the sheriff to appear before the full commission. And it should be our practice to place subpoenaed witnesses under oath, but not to an ad hoc committee. And that's a different question. And I would appreciate getting an answer to it, but it's not pertinent to the motion.
Yes, that's right. This motion is for the sheriff to appear before the full commission. Let's take public comment. Alex, how many folks, excuse me, not Alex, Jennifer, how many folks do we have for public comment?
We have 14 individuals signed up.
Okay, so Ingrid, can you make the announcement in Spanish, and then we'll take those 14 folks who have signed up for public comment for 1 minute each. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita que sus comentarios se traduzcan en español, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first comment will come from Tim Griffin. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Tim.
I'm sorry, that was a mistake. My bad.
No problem. Next, we'll go with Valerie. Please go ahead, Valerie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the Round report covers like a lot of disturbing and highly detailed assaults, threats, intimidation, and confirms like all the allegations that the whistleblowers have been saying, right? But I'm also thinking that Alex knows that if he goes and he talks about what's been said in the Round report, it's gonna fucking like, you know, it's gonna do something to the litigation about Kennedy Hall and also our case. So I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how much proof we need for him to just resign. Like, I don't know what needs to be done for him just to leave. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Christina Vasquez. Please go ahead, Christina.
Hi, I'm Christina Vasquez. I'm speaking on behalf of his mom, Leticia Vasquez, for Marco Vasquez Jr., who was killed by the Pico Sheriff Station on October 6, 2019. And this is what she has to say. The last time I listened in on a COC meeting, Villanueva walked away when the community started speaking. Before leaving, he stated all persons shot by officers were suspects. This is a general assumption. And if he is basing this on officers, we all know they lie to fit their narratives. I doubt he has even read many or become involved in the hundreds of cases pending investigation. My son was not a suspect and was committing no crime. How dare he generalize without knowing the facts? He was not there. My son was suffering a mental health crisis and was the first to call for help. We called to save him from tragedy, but instead they murdered him. Not all cases are the same, and if I'm expected to believe that not all cops are bad, he and you should know that not all cases called are the same, and not all cops tell the truth. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Carlos Montes. Please go ahead, Carlos.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm on a Bluetooth.
We do, yes. Please go ahead.
No, yes, thank you very much for all the work you do. I know it's hard going up against a rogue sheriff. Like I said earlier, I've been arrested and harassed by the sheriffs all my life, you know. And, you know, we've got to do all we can to get the sheriff under control. I think we've got to start looking at charter amendment for structural change to give you all more power to control the sheriff. The deputy gangs exist. It's there's no such thing as a social group. They don't have any rights to do a fraternity. They are killers. We denounce human rights violations in other countries in the third world when they kill civilians in Colombia or Brazil. The same thing is going on in East LA. These banditos are stopping and killing young Chicano men and getting away with murder. This is a major human rights violation. Alex Villanueva is a joke. He actually joined the banditos in East LA.
That does conclude your time, and the next comment will come from Richie Serdenko. Please go ahead, Richie.
Yes, hi, thank you. This is Richie Serdenko from the People's City Council. I just wanted to, in response to the RAND report, and yes, I don't think the RAND report gave any suggestions that are particularly useful, but I believe this commission should urge the Board of Supervisors to, overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department. By that, it seems like our only options are to include a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the sheriff and LASD. This has been going on for decades, this kind of harassment and killings by LASD within Black and Brown communities. And it's gone on for too long. And it's just, you see what kind of a leader Villanueva is and how dangerous that could be. It's really time for people to take back control. And you all can do that by suggesting a charter amendment.
Thank you. And the next comment comes from Gina Viola. Gina, please.
That's like what we totally did. That's what we
Gina,
totally pride ourselves on not doing that. And now it's like we're in a position to have to do it all the time because we're other.
To the next person.
Ma'am, you are unmuted. Would you like to make your public comment?
Gina Viola, would you like public comment? I think she's having another conversation. We will move on to Helen Jones. Please go ahead, Helen.
Thank you. I would never want to see no one on this commission in our shoes. But if you was, then you would know how we feel to hear killer gangs be called subgroups. So thank you for using deputy gangs in y'all statements. If these were street gangs, the federal government would have had shut them down. Even after a few killings, they would all be in prison. This is not a hidden secret no more. This is a big problem, and every sheriff should be fired and rehired so we would know how many crimes they have committed. Because if they would have to be rehired, you would know who would be working in the sheriff department. This sheriff department need an overhaul. I mean, a major overhaul. So I wish it's just something that could be done about the sheriff department, because it seems like it's nothing nobody can do to stop them from killing folks. Thank you.
Your time. Next is Hilda Pedroza. Hilda, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, Hilda Pedroza, sister of David Ordaz Jr., who was murdered on March 14, 2021. And, the harassment that they have caused all of the families, including ours, is just another reason why we need to have him here present. He needs to hear what's going on. There's no other outlets for us to be able to express ourselves. So I do appreciate the fact that we are allowed to speak here for some moment, but we need to do something about this. We need to stop this. We need to stop the killings, and we need to make someone accountable for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Jacqueline Venters. Please go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yes, thank you guys. It's fire up under their feet now, and he's running scared. And I was just wondering, how do you guys feel as a commission since this RAND report came out after hearing all these complaints from the families for so many years and hearing their pain and their cry? Myself as a victim, you know, the shooting of my son, Tanel Billups, 5 times in the back and gun planted, the whole 9 yards. And the whistleblower told his whole story. He's still in prison for 10 years. I'm just wondering, how are these victims? What's going to happen to those that have been victimized and their life has been taken away? What will happen to these deputies? How will they be held accountable? You know, I think that starting the arrest those that have committed crimes, going into their files, investigating them, an outside agency. You know, people were murdered, and it's time to be held accountable, and maybe this will stop.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Julie Martinez. Please go ahead, Julie.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. I haven't completed the RAND report, but I did pay a lot of attention on the community involvement into it, and that was extremely important. Thank you to those of you who have stopped using the fake word clique, our subgroup. They are gangs. You need to understand that within these deputy gangs, they each have roles which mimic possibly street gangs as well, which are roles like the main shooter. And these are actual names that the deputy gangs use. It's extremely important that Villanueva stop hiding behind county council memo from 2014 to say his hands are tied. We need a stronger policy on claiming that deputy gangs are unconstitutional. He has said he can't take further action against deputy gangs because of the First Amendment, which is disingenuous because the same apparent respect for the First Amendment is conspicuously lacking when it involves protesters and when we take to the streets. Please help us further. Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead, Michelle.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, thank you. And next we'll hear from Grace Vaughn. Please go ahead, Andres.
Hi, it's really past time for the Board of Supervisors to overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department, including pursuing state legislation, as well as the county ballot measure that would amend the county charter to, at the very least, maximize our county civilian oversight and community control over the sheriff. You know, what we need right now are radical overhauls, as a recent LA Times editorial put it. The very fact that the majority of LAC personnel surveyed say deputy gangs are fine and shouldn't be banned shows how deputy gangs are only a symptom, an extreme one, but still a symptom of the institutional, deep-rooted culture in LASD of lawlessness, secrecy, and brutality. And Sheriff Villanueva is also a product of this culture, one that has persisted even with former Sheriff Baca and under Sheriff Tanaka going to prison. So, you know, it ain't about some bad apples. It's the entire tree that's been rotten to its core. And so, commissioners, you should urge the board to overhaul the entire department, including state legislation, abolishing LAC patrol, and a counter charter amendment ballot measure. The last sheriff restructuring charter amendment was 20 years ago. A generation later, it's really past time.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jessica Martinez. Please go ahead, Jessica.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
I do.
Okay. Just want to say that it's sad that you guys have to wait for the subpoena court, because like I just remember on last year somebody pointed me with a gun, and I have a video, and I joined the video to the deputies, and they like denying to like make the report because they say it's too blurry. So my partner said he was a winner, and they asked him he have like a experience with the gun, and he said no. So they told him he cannot be a witness for that. So now even like the 911, they deny me to send me the police or the sheriff department when I am in an emergency. So it's sad that I have to be like taking care of my family with 2 phones and a Facebook in order to feel my family being like a little bit like protecting and safe. And it's sad that Alex Villanueva, I sending to him a lot of complaints, and he never investigate those complaints.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tamara Kay. Please go ahead.
Economic in its nature.
Tamara.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, so given the information, you know, with the RAND report, and you think that, you know, the acknowledgement and 50 years of the history of gangs in the sheriff's department and its inception of being slave catchers, that something would have been done already. The RAND report just proves what we're saying and what's been the reality for Black and brown people for decades. And so we need measures that of accountability. We have the report, so now what do we do with that? We need to abolish the sheriff's department completely. The sheriff needs to be fired, right? But we also need to abolish the sheriff's department and these systems of oppression of Black and brown folks. This is systems of systemic racism for decades. And so we need solutions of abolition. And we need to create safety and community and resources. We need resources, and then the sheriff needs to stop stealing our resources.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Frankie Jacobs. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. I actually would like to say that the victim advocates out there that are the ones that are trained, like I'm certified by the Department of Justice, and I've done crisis interventions beginning in the 1990s. I tell you, there are so many, and I'm talking about within single mothers, Black and brown and LGBTQI communities, Black trans especially, that are being refused assistance in felony violent crimes. And when we look at issues like in West Hollywood, where he was not charged with double homicide because the individuals were gay Black men that were in the sex working industry, to rationalize that the LA County sheriffs have looked at felony violent crimes as though it does not matter. But yet every day I am knowing of a mother that cannot have her children in a safe house, a mother sitting in a jail for violating a restraining order, false arrest. We have a systemic issue that hasn't changed. The RAND report hasn't done anything. We need more right now.
Thank you. And the next public comment will come from Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Stephanie Luna, aunt of Anthony Vargas. Villanueva has the power to completely eradicate deputy gangs within the department, and he has chosen to do nothing. He's chosen to be complicit in the problem and complain that the deputy gangs were around long before he was elected. Yesterday, with his stupid little pointer stick, he said during his time as a deputy in the East LA station, he worked closely alongside members of the Caveman Deputy Gang, who also terrorized and brutalized community members. He stated that there was no difference between what they did and what he did. Having at least 18 deputy gangs who are active in the streets and in the jails, with deputies having hunted, framed, beaten, shot, raped, and killed people of color for membership, is what the RAND report highlighted. This commission should urge the Board of Supervisors to overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department, including a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the Sheriff and the Sheriff's Department. We don't have another 50 years to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Emily Ordaz. Emily, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, I'm Emily Ordaz, daughter of David Ordaz Jr. My father was killed by LASD on March 14th of this year while he was having a suicidal episode. As a community, we should feel safe enough to call 911 while in crisis. LASD has made it evident that even when you're suicidal, they'll come and execute you in front of your family and home. Alex Villanueva issued a statement saying he sent me and my family his deepest condolences, yet there has been no actions made to prove it. Accountability isn't just one officer being, quote, relieved of duty. Instead, it's making sure you eradicate the gang culture in LASD and keep murderous officers as far away from law enforcement as possible. Even with one officer being, quote, relieved of duty, that leaves 3 murderous officers in LASD and then some. Men who have taken lives and executed our community members should be prosecuted, not just held accountable by putting their names on some hidden PDF document on the LASD website. That isn't accountability, Alex. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And Chair Ochin, that does conclude all public comment for this item.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we have Commissioner Bonner's motion on the table. So we'll now take a vote on that item. Jennifer, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Commissioner Bonner?
Aye.
Commissioner Giggins,
Aye.
Commissioner Harris,
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Kennedy.
Commissioner Kennedy had to sign off.
Got it. Thank you. Chair Ochin,
Aye.
Chair Commissioner Rubin,
Aye.
Commissioner and Vice Chair Tolentino.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much. Okay, so we will now move on to item E, which was now we've already discussed Measure R, the RAND report. I guess no, I'm sorry. We're going to talk about the decertification item that was moved from the consent calendar to items for possible action. Mr. Williams has already given us a summary of what SB2 would do, which would provide a mechanism for decertification for officers who have been discharged for misconduct so that they cannot simply hop from department to department. And it would also allow for expanded civil remedies under California state law. Commissioner Harris wanted this item to be put on the agenda for discussion and a voice vote. So here it is. Commissioner Harris, did you have some additional comments or questions about this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ochin. I do agree with the basic content of SB2. I totally agree with the first part of it, the decertification component. I think that's a very wise move as long as there are adequate safeguards in place, but I have no argument with that. The only argument I have is the modification to the second part of it, concerning how, and let me change my glasses. I have one for looking at my computer and one for reading, so I have to cop out to that. Specifically to the Bain component, and changing or eliminating the need to remove the requirement that the court prove intent in any form when asking the question concerning whether or not they violated someone's civil rights. Again, I want to make myself perfectly clear. If someone has the intent to violate someone's rights, then they by all means should be held accountable. This is in no way an effort on anyone's part, I hope, to say that it's all right for people to violate others' rights and get away with it. Absolutely not. That's abhorrent. But my concern is that this language, it's not real specific, other than it says current law does require that the plaintiff was proved that the offending party not only violated the rights of someone, but also intended to violate that person's inherent rights. And SB2 would remove the requirement for that the court prove intent. And I think having to prove that intent is really important. I would hate to see peace officers, anyone, ever prosecuted or put in a civil situation where they could be acting in good faith, and even in good faith be held civilly accountable for that action. Again, if intent is proven, by all means, then there should be no holds barred as far as their culpability. But if peace officers are acting in good faith, and you cannot prove intent, then I think that would be a miscarriage of justice. But as far as the other component of SB2, like I say, I have no problem with decertification. I think this is something that's long overdue. But that's my concern with SB2.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, I wonder, I think Commissioner Harris makes a valid point on the intent issue. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with him, but I think it would be important to take a look at the legislative history to see why it was that the legislature deleted the requirement of intent and what that intent is. And I don't know that anybody's taken a look at that. I don't know if the staff has taken a look at it or Commissioner Ochen, if you have. But I think it is, it would be instructive to know what went into removing the issue of intent.
Mr. Williams, I certainly invite you to speak, but I would just say this, that the issue of intent it is an evidentiary burden that's placed on plaintiffs that is almost insurmountable to meet when you have to prove that a law enforcement officer's intended for example, to violate the rights of an individual. It's very difficult to prove someone's subjective intentions. If not impossible, particularly because the officer is the one that is often making the contemporaneous record of any particular interaction and the deference that's often accorded to law enforcement. This is one of the reasons why it's nearly impossible for the federal government to bring civil rights actions against law enforcement officers because of the intent standard. So I think that this is a simple reflection of the reality that it's nearly impossible. It's not totally impossible, but it's nearly impossible to prove a police officer's subjective intent during a particular interaction with a member of the public. Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I also saw that Judge Bonner wanted to speak. Judge Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, first of all, let me make 3 points. One, I don't think a resolution like this should be put on the consent agenda. I don't know. I mean, I totally missed it. Haven't had a chance to study the issue. I'm listening to the issue. And I tend to agree with Commissioner Harris on this, but I actually think it might be better just to put this over. So, I would like to look at the legal issue with respect to intent. Second point is that, civil liability and imposing civil liability, whether it's easy or it's harder because you have to prove intent, is not a very effective remedy to achieve the goal, which is a dramatic reduction in the unconstitutional or use of excessive unnecessary force. It just isn't. And the reason is it's not the law enforcement officer that pays the tab when there's liability, it's the taxpayers of LA County. There are better ways to establish accountability than civil liability. So I'm not a big fan of civil liability as being very effective to begin with. And then third, I am troubled that, somebody who signs up to be a law enforcement officer, and we're hopeful that people will continue to want to be law enforcement officers within our society. At least I am, maybe others aren't, but I am. You can't expose them to, potential personal liability that it's going to deter good people from even signing up to be deputy sheriffs and other law enforcement officers. So this doesn't strike me on the merits as being a very wise move. So, and lastly, no, I mean, look, 1983, Commissioner Ochen referred to it, which is the Federal Civil Rights Act, which permits both civil and criminal prosecutions. But civil actions under 1983, plaintiffs have to establish intent. In fact, there's even they have to establish a lack of, good faith and so forth to get around the qualified immunity issue. But they have to establish intent to prevail in a 1983 action. And yet those actions are filed. Many of those actions are successful just looking at the settlements of the action by LA County alone. So I can't say that that it's the absence of the requirement to prove that an officer intended to essentially use excessive force or unnecessary force, unconstitutional use of force. That is the problem here. So in any event, I have on several levels, I guess my reaction is I'd like to study this further myself, maybe put this back on the agenda for our next meeting after we've maybe had a chance to think about it more, both from a policy and a legal point of view.
So maybe what we can do is this, and I agree, I take the feedback. I think that this kind of a policy resolution should not be put on the consent calendar going forward. So we will make sure that that doesn't happen. We probably should have put the health issue, the hospital issue in the consent calendar and this on the agenda for discussion. Here, it sounds like we have consensus around the decertification issue. So I think perhaps we can proceed with regard to endorsement of that portion of SB2. So we can direct staff to revise, and I think the motion almost exclusively speaks to that issue. If I let me pull up the resolution. It doesn't say anything as it's written about. It does mention that it would. It says SB2 also seeks to update the Tom Bain Civil Rights Act to make it easier for victims to pursue civil claims in state court by reducing legal immunities. We can strike that. And say that the commission, and then revise that therefore be it resolved, so that the commission, it says that the commission urges the Board of Supervisors and the sheriff to encourage the governor to sign SB2 as to the decertification elements. We express no opinion as to the Tom Bain portion. My understanding is this is a relatively time-sensitive matter, so if we put it over to next month, we may be out of the conversation. If there's, and again, I don't want to press this, if there's not consensus around the decertification issue, but I think there's an easy fix. We can express an opinion as to the decertification matter and not express an opinion as to the revision of the Tom Bain Act.
The problem with that, Chair Ocean, is that the governor can only veto or not veto a bill. I don't believe he can do a line cross out of a bill. In other words, only approve the bill with respect to the decertification, which, by the way, I agree with you. I fully support that part of the language that would permit a decertification of a law enforcement officer in California who has been found to have engaged in serious misconduct from being hired again by another police department. But I don't know. I'm still concerned that we're advocating that the governor sign SB2, and I'm not sure I'm there. I mean, I don't like the idea of, for the reasons I've expressed of eliminating any need for intent to be proved in a civil action against a law enforcement officer for constitutional violations.
Before I call on Commissioner Rubin, I saw your hand. Mr. Williams, can you give us some guidance on the timing of this and where is this bill? Is it pending in the legislature? Is it on the governor's desk?
It's my understanding that it's on the governor's desk. So our decision prompting the board to support it would be somewhat timely if we were to take that message to the board today. So waiting until the next meeting, it may be moot for us at this point.
Commissioner Rubin.
I have a problem with voting to endorse the decertification part of it and say we take no opinion on the rest of it. I mean, as I think Commissioner Bonner correctly stated, the governor will take that as a support of SB2, which we support the major part of it, but I think we have to very carefully pick our language. So the fact that it's on the governor's desk, he'll sign it or he won't sign it with or without our endorsement. And I don't think that we should feel pressured that because it's time sensitive and we need to get to the board today, that we ought to do something that we have some concerns about.
Okay, well, it looks like there are 3 of the 5 of us who remain that object to voting on this today. So we will carry this over to our next meeting. I think we can still discuss this matter, even if, regardless of wherever the legislation is. So we'll put this over to the next meeting. So staff, can you make sure that this is agendized and that we have a fuller background of the issues related to the Bain Act? Okay, so let's we're not going to vote here. So Alex, my understanding is we don't need to take, do we need to take public comment on this issue?
Since it appeared on the agenda, I would advise that you take public comment on this issue.
Okay, we have about 20 minutes left in our meeting. Just keep that in mind, everybody. So do we have public comment on this item?
We have two individuals who have raised their hand. I'm not sure if they intend to do public comment on this item. No one had pre-registered.
Okay, given the time and given that we still have another item to vote on, I'm going to give folks 30 seconds to speak on this item. Ingrid, can you please make the announcement in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes. Si necesita traducción de sus comentarios, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Tim Griffin. Tim, please go ahead.
Yeah, it feels like this opinion is kind of out of the scope and realm of what the COC is all about. I know that the LA County Board has probably asked for an opinion on it, but nevertheless, it feels like you're reaching to make relevancy. Secondly, anything that that reduces police powers and makes it harder for police to do their job should be voted against. There are many, many, many policies and laws in place that restrict police officers and gets them fired. If they do something illegal, they get filed on, they get convicted, and felonies, and police cannot be felons.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Gina Viola. Please go ahead, Gina.
Hi, I just want to say that this discussion was really troubling for an oversight body who has been trying to find ways to hold a very rogue sheriff and sheriff's department accountable, who has been out murdering and harassing Black, brown, and poor families in the county for decades. For this to even have any kind of pause at supporting is super troubling. Thank you.
And Chair Ochin, that does conclude public comment on this item.
Thank you for those of you who made comments. And I will just note, this is not outside the scope of the Civilian Oversight Commission's purview. We routinely have taken positions on pending state legislation that affects potentially the operation of the Sheriff's Department, and certainly this would. We have taken positions regarding disclosure of misconduct. We have taken positions with regard to, I believe in the past, we have at least discussed issues related to use of force policies. So it's not outside of our purview, and we certainly reserve the right to make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors as to pending legislation that impacts policing and the Sheriff's Department in the state of California and in Los Angeles County. Okay, we will move on to item 2F, which is the examining the presence of LASD personnel in county health facilities. This is really not new. This is as a result of our, I think it was our July or June meeting where we discussed the issue of hospitals, sheriff's deputies, and other sheriff's personnel providing security in certain county facilities, care facilities. We requested information from the Sheriff's Department related to their operation in hospitals and other care facilities. We did not get a complete response, and so this motion or this letter is simply reiterating our information request. Is there any comment from commissioners on this item? Okay, seeing none, excuse me, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm clear exactly what you're looking for here.
So if you have your agenda in front of you, if you click on, or if you have the attachment for the hospital motion, what you will note is it's requesting a number of informational items within 30 days. So I'll just read a few off here. Provide policies for LASD interactions with patients and/or medical staff in a hospital setting. Describe the impact that the removal of LASD deputies from hospitals providing security services would have in LA County. Describe the operational structure and operational challenges that LASD has in these care settings. Describe the operational budget, including how much is received for hospital security contracts. Describe the current county bureau, county services bureau, interdepartmental contracts, agreements with other county departments and/or operations related. so on and so forth, including there's also requests for information regarding statistics. So it's all information. We aren't taking a position.
Thank you. I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Rubin.
Yeah, I wonder why this is something we even need to vote on. I don't know why the chair and the executive director cannot send this letter and request this information of the sheriff without making it an agendized item and voting on it. That's something that that the COC executive director and his staff always does. This is not, this is just seeking information. And I would request that we go that route with this and other kinds of informational requests in the future so that it doesn't bog down the agenda.
If I may, Madam Chair, you're right. This is something that we would normally do routinely, but this was a request from the commission at the last meeting.
Yeah, that was part of the source of my confusion. I agree with Commissioner Rubin. I'm quite sure why we were making a motion for this, so I appreciate the clarity on that.
Okay, so in the future, we'll make sure informational requests are just processed. Even if there's a request, we don't need to bring it back before the commission. Okay, we are running out of time, and I get the point about bogging down the agenda. We have 4 folks that want to make comments. Again, because we're running out of time and we still have some important updates that we need to make. Apologies to Andres, Carlos, Hilda, and Stephanie. You have 30 seconds each. Ingrid, please make the announcement in Spanish, then we will hear from public comment.
Buenas tardes. Si necesitan traducción de sus comentarios, por favor digan la palabra español antes de comenzar y le darán instrucciones para seguir. Gracias.
Thank you. And Andres Juan, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
I see my time. I don't need to speak on this item.
And Carlos Montes, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Carlos Montes, Community Service Organizer. I worked at the LAC-USC Medical Center for several years as an outside organizer. And to have the sheriffs on site with their guns was very intimidating, not only to the staff, but also to the patients. We had situations where people had mental health crisis. And we don't need the sheriffs walking around with their macho bull guns and billy clubs in a hospital setting. So I say, you know, get the sheriffs out of the medical facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Hilda Pedroza. You are unmuted. Please go ahead, Hilda.
Yes, I wanted to lift up Nicholas Burgos, who was killed inside Harbor UCLA at hands by LASD last October. So I wanted to make sure that we do something about that. When he was there for mental health and we weren't able to help him, instead we ended up killing him. So I want to make sure that that doesn't happen to anyone else. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next is Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead, Stephanie. Hearing nothing from Stephanie, we will move on to Christina Vasquez. Please go ahead, Christina.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Raylene Cosio. My dad had so much life to live. He just needed a little bit of help. That's what we called for. My siblings and I carry his legacy and continue to advocate for him and all the victims who have been killed at the hands of police. We are here today to ensure that those with mental health are able to get help and be properly assessed in times of crisis. We are here to remind everyone of my dad and keep his name and memory alive. And it is Marco Vasquez Jr., killed by Pico Rivera Sheriffs on October 6, 2019.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Frankie Jacobs. Please go ahead, Frankie.
Yes, thank you to Commissioner Rubin and all commissioners. And I just wanted to add that as the Victim Advocate Association, the number one issue that has not been addressed is sheriffs, deputies, and also detectives not having the proper training regarding the PET teams, psychiatric evaluation teams. They have not the proper training to address mental health issues, and it turns into violence or murders to all of the Black and Brown and other communities. And the training is what is needed.
Thank you. And that does conclude public comment on this item. That does conclude public comment.
Very much. Okay, so we are now moving along on our agenda to ad hoc committee updates. We've already heard from the committee on Deputy Clicks, gangs, and the RAND report. I will simply note, I ask that the Measure R item be placed on the agenda because we have requested funding pursuant to Measure R, which was passed in 2020 overwhelmingly from residents of LA County, tasking the Civilian Oversight Commission with producing a Justice Reinvestment and Feasibility Report. We submitted a funding request to the Board of Supervisors many months ago. To date, we haven't even been given the courtesy of a response. This feels like obstruction to me. We are just simply asking at least for a response. We are grateful that Supervisor Solis has indicated that this is an unmet need. And we hope that as chair of the board, she will move our funding requests forward so that we can continue to do the important oversight work that we have been tasked to do, which includes policy work. It includes studying best practices within the Sheriff's Department. And so it's really an informational update and request that we get a response from the Board of Supervisors and ideally funding from the board and the CEO's office. Are there any questions or comments on this item?
We asked the executive director to make an inquiry promptly of the board as to when we would get a response to our funding request.
Yes, I think we can absolutely do that. So why don't we ask staff to send a follow-up letter and request a meeting with the supervisors and or their staff to discuss funding for Measure R. Okay, this was an update. I don't think we need to take public comment here. We have the chair's report. I will cede my time so that we can get to some of these other items, which are on the Inspector General's report. I would ask also the executive director to cede his time so that we can turn to the OIG for our update here before we conclude our meeting. Is that okay, Mr. Williams? All right, I take that as a yes. Okay.
He's talking, but his mute's on, so I think he's saying yes, so I'll talk.
Okay, Mr. Huntsman, please.
I'll be as quick as I can. As you know, that's not very quick, but I'll do my best. There's 3 items. Fact checks on some comments made by the sheriff. That's one of the letter we provided you. The sheriff, as is often the case, talks rambling in a Facebook presentation about a bunch of things and uses colloquial language. And on this particular occasion, he had said a number of things that were just blatantly untrue. So we addressed them in this letter to you. That's not to say that there aren't other times that he hasn't said things that are inaccurate, obviously, but this one we thought was important to, at least on this occasion, make that point. Second one is our Reform and Oversight quarterly report, which I think speaks for itself, has a lot of information in it, and its whole purpose is to give you updates on numbers and things that otherwise wouldn't rise to the level of you getting a report on. And the last one is the review of what's called the Santa Clarita incident, in which some African-American youth were approached with rifles drawn by sheriff's deputies over as some kind of disagreement they'd had with a homeless person. There was some question as to who had started what and who had done what. And we recommend better policies about the drawing of guns, particularly rifles, as well as the drawing of a deadly weapon as being a reportable incident, because under case law, it is indeed force. And of course, a person can be killed. And so for that reason, we believe it should be tracked better than it is. So we made that recommendation in that report. The Sheriff's Department says they've already started working on the policy regarding drawing, but they've ignored all our other recommendations, as is usually the case in our reports. And then, as you may or may not know, I issued a subpoena as to Under Sheriff Murakami. It kind of mirrors the one that you've issued or will have issued to him to come to talk to you. This one was for documents in support of his accusation against Commissioner Kennedy that his memo was full of falsehoods against the sheriff. So we asked for the documents to back that up, excluding anything having to do with a criminal investigation of me, because as pointed out by Judge Bonner, that would be something I shouldn't stick my nose into. But obviously there's a lot of other fodder in that memo. And so far we've gotten a few documents, but not a full response. However, unlike other times, we haven't been taken to court, and they have suggested that perhaps they might respond to some of them. So we'll see how that goes. And then just this morning, as we were talking, I've emailed the subpoena to the gentleman, Adam Lowe, who was quoted in the Times as having a recording of Detective Lilienfeld's attempt to intimidate him for exercising his right to file a complaint with the Sheriff's Department, and also the email in which he allegedly made the complaint to Under Sheriff Murakami. So that's it for my report.
That was excellent. You did that in 2 minutes. Hey, this is for record. Let me also ask you this. We were contacted by an advocate for a person who alleges that she was or they were sexually assaulted by a member of the Sheriff's Department while on duty. Is the OIG, and there were days that went by before we were even notified. We were not notified directly by the Sheriff's Department about this accusation or the status of any kind of investigation. We still haven't gotten a clear answer about, what's going on publicly. Anyway, we've had a chance to speak with the undersheriff about the investigation, and from what we've heard, it seems to have stalled. I'm wondering, one, is it appropriate for the Sheriff's Department to do this kind of investigation for Sheriff's Department personnel to interview an alleged victim of Sheriff's deputy sexual abuse, and whether the OIG is monitoring that investigation?
We monitored the beginnings of what you talked about. We're aware of some changes in the nature of that investigation that make it difficult for us to continue monitoring, and so we're not doing additional monitoring this time. But at least as of that point, I felt like these steps were probably the best thing for the investigation. We had communication with representatives of the victim and listened very carefully to the representations of the victim's desires and tried to mirror that as best we could. We offered assistance where we could, and so we followed it to some degree. And at this point, I feel like it's unlikely we can do more to help, but we will be ready to do so if we can help the victim in making sure that's handled appropriately and that she isn't mistreated. But back to your core issue, of course, there's always a problem with investigating themselves. And I've always been of the opinion that there are some kinds of cases where the Sheriff's Department can investigate themselves because the conduct is so divorced from their ordinary policing conduct that they will presumably treat it as an appropriate criminal investigation. And then there's others where that's not the case. And obviously in shooting investigations, I don't think that's the case. I think that it's too tied up with their own power and their own culpability that they're going to do it effectively and a third party should do it. Which one this one falls into, I wouldn't want to say because of the pending investigation, but I think your concern about internal investigations, any agency investigating themselves, is a valid one, but there needs to be a line drawn in terms of what is disciplinary, what is possibly appropriate criminal, and what is inappropriate criminal, and I'm not sure where this one falls.
Commissioner Rubin.
That raises an issue of what has been contact with the Attorney General's office, and they're taking over certain kinds of investigations. I know that there has been a lot of discussion in the past, and there have been some requests, I think, from the Board of Supervisors. But I would ask that either the Inspector General or perhaps the Executive Director could really try and find out where involvement of the Attorney General is at this point on the subject of outside investigations of issues relating to the Sheriff's Department. I think it's very difficult to investigate one of your own for alleged criminal conduct, putting aside the issue of, uses of force, et cetera, but this is really a perfect time to really focus on that inquiry again. And I would ask either Mr. Huntsman or the Executive Director to follow up on that, if that's all right.
Thank you. I think that's absolutely right. The other thing that I wanted to mention here is that we, during a conversation with the undersheriff, we raised, so this is maybe a bit of a chair's report as well, we raised concerns about any policies that they have about investigations of this nature, particularly when you have a survivor of sexual assault from someone who was allegedly in uniform when that assault occurred, and then to have that person be visited by members of the Sheriff's Department. I don't know how they are dressed. I don't know if they're in uniform, but that seems to me to be a clear, just violation of any kind of trauma-informed investigation. And it seems to me that that would undermine an investigation and the support that we would need to extend to survivors. So that's another reason why I think this is so deeply problematic. The Sheriff's Department indicated that they had no policies regarding how to treat incidents of this nature. And so it seems to me that there should be. Perhaps we can refer this. We already have we have a PREA committee, but that's in the custody context. So I think we need to have some kind of body, if it's the Sheriff's Department or the Commission, take a look at these kinds of issues. If we should create a broader committee that is inclusive of PREA, that looks at gender issues. So perhaps that's something we can discuss at our next meeting. We can come forward with some proposals on that. So I'll work with Brian and the staff to do that for our next meeting. If there aren't any other comments, we'll move on. Are there commissioner comments? Okay, we'll move on. We don't have anybody from the Sheriff's Department here for any reports. We have 6 people for public comment. We are just at 1 o'clock, and I want to respect everybody's time. You know, folks are volunteering here, and folks do have other things on their calendars, despite the fact that this is obviously a tremendously important work that we're doing. But nevertheless, I want to respect everyone's time. So we'll take those 6 folks who have signed up for general public comment for 30 seconds each. Ingrid, can you please make the announcement in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes. Si necesita que sus comentarios se traduzcan, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first public comment will come from Ulysses Hernandez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Ulysses Hernandez, you're unmuted. Would you like to make public comment? Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Christina Vasquez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Christina Vasquez. And first off, I just wanted to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to come on and share our stories. My husband was Marco Vasquez Jr., and he was killed on October 6, 2019 during a mental health crisis. And sometimes it gets exhausting because you feel like you continue to repeat the same story time after time, but it's just to bring awareness to a flawed system, to demand change, and to keep their names alive. So thank you for the opportunity again, Marco Vasquez Jr.
And Ms. Vasquez, I would encourage you, if you feel comfortable, to sign up for our family impact remarks so you won't be restricted by a 30-second time limit, because we do want to hear from you. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. And next will be Gina Viola. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Gina.
I'll cede my time to anyone else on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will go to Leticia Vasquez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Leticia. Leticia Vasquez, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment?
Hi, good afternoon, and I'd like to thank you as well. This is Marco's mother.
Ms. Vasquez, I think you're
I'm
breaking
talking
up.
now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
It seems
yes,
like
I'm
very saddened at the fact that all of this is going on. When a police officer polices themselves, they're never going to find anybody accountable. They're never going to find anybody guilty. They're never going to send anybody for prosecution because they're going to cover up like everybody else does. So they need to have others do the investigation, outside sources, not the sheriff to check the sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Mary Moreno. Mary, please go ahead. Mary Moreno, you are unmuted. Would you like to make a public comment?
Union Bank.
Okay, hearing nothing, we move to the last public comment is from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead, Michelle. Michelle Infante, you're unmuted to make public comment. Okay, I'm hearing nothing. That does conclude our public comment for general public comments.
Okay, so it is 1:03. We are at time. So at this point, I would like to adjourn the meeting. I'll see you all in October. Thank you all so much for your work. Thank you to the staff, and thank you for everybody who hung in there with us for this meeting. Have a good rest of the day.